Okay. I should probably get a webcam, but I'm a little lazy. Get my chatbot thing up here. Got to pad the viewer numbers by looking at my own stuff and make sure this
should probably get a webcam
works, and put that to mute. And I think that's probably good enough, right? Maybe. I think it's got last night's chat in it, and I think I can go. All right, nope. It should work. I do got the same thing. I got leftovers. It's the same as last night's an IPA. It was a beer so nice that we're drinking it twice. I figure out why this isn't working here. Might just hide the chat. I was going to try to have the chat pop up, but it does appear that it's not going to. Should work, maybe. Double check something here. We're in the troubleshooting phase. Looks like the thing. I'll figure this out later. I just won't have the thing pop up on the side. It'll be fine. I'm gonna do a little bit of a practice here. I'll show you. I'm gonna create a session. Go here. Use this to kind of warm up a little bit, get like my aim juice flowing. And I already looked at the games for props, and it didn't. There's some games, but there was nothing that really jumped out. So I'm gonna do kind of what amounts to some aim practice here in the 109s, and kind of do a deliberate practice. Warm up a little bit and kind of chill. And then, how's everyone else doing tonight? Hope everyone's doing pretty good. Surely we can hit the bottle. This one's gonna definitely always spawns like a guy directly behind. Smashing the rudder a little bit too much here to kind of bouncing those. I want to get them like nice and. That's a good one. I'll take that. Look around. Mm. Mm. Ah! Oh, that's not good. I need that wing. Invade 5 asked, do I play with a joystick setup? Yeah, I have a desktop joystick, so I have a... I think this is a VKB, and then I have, like, the generic X56 throttle thing on the left. So I have, like, throttle on the left, keyboard in the middle, joystick on the right, and then I have rudder pedals as well. And then I'm running track IR for the head tracking thing. So I'm not in like full VR or anything. And this setup works for me. I know there's fancier stuff, but I'm not so far into the brain rot that I have a full sim pit kind of thing. And I don't really think at my level, at the way I enjoy the game, I don't think it'd really be any kind of benefit for me. Go here. Can I pull into this without just underneath of them? But this is like a good mission to download to kind of like just practice aiming and props and getting used to flying the planes all the way down to their lowest speed, and kind of also adjusting your controls and figuring out kind of what kind of sensitivities you want and what kind of dead zones you want, or not dead zones, the control curve thing. The non-linearity is what I'm thinking of. Because a lot of people, when they play sim, they have a general concept of energy fighting and whatnot, but a lot of times you get to the part where you have to shoot the guy, and you just newer players just kind of like flail all over the place, get really desperate, and fly past the guy, and it's like, and then you have to fly around for like another 5 minutes to get to shoot. So this gets a lot of shooting practice really quickly. And this actually will give you, probably time for time, gives you kind of the best return of investment as far as prop sim is concerned, I would argue. Go up high here. So go. Like what I'm concentrating on right now is to one, aim a little bit better, but just kind of like use my rudder in a way that my shot tracking is a little bit smoother too. Because I have a tendency to like smash the rudder a little bit too much or not use it enough. And if I can shorten the time that it takes to get like a viable shot, like there I overused it. It definitely pays off in the normal games. That and some of these attitudes that you see these guys at, like, it's not uncommon to see people at low speeds almost stalling out in the game. And in fact, you should kind of look for guys like that, and also realize when you're the guy at the top of the loop like this, you are also kind of a free target. But I'll do this for like 10-15 minutes just to get a feel for the plane, and then go look at the actual game and play against some players. It's and I'm running vertical targeting as well. So that right there is a rudder shot. And go here, put that in there. A little slow. Let's see, let me... So, Abysmal Knight asks, hey Squish, any thoughts on the P-39 series of airplanes, IRL and in-game? Well, here, let's take a look at them real quick. And I'll give you a kind of a quick rundown of the P-39. I think the P-39 is actually a pretty good plane. It just kind of got the short end of the stick in American service. As far as its use cases were concerned. Just for the fact that high altitude combat, at least with the way that American doctrine, Japanese doctrine, and all the doctrines kind of worked against each other, meant that the 39 was it's a really good plane, but kind of has to start the fight kind of on the defensive. in places that it's not really capable of. And so in the game, you have the P400, which this is basically an expert P39 with a 20 millimeter in it, and has it still has an Allison engine. And the thing about the Allisons, you have to understand that throughout the war, they increased the horsepower. So I think, I don't know the year of service of the P39N, but I do think it's probably, I'd say, middle of late 1942, middle of 43. So this one is definitely the best kind of bang for the buck in the game, as far as P39s are concerned, or at least for tech tree ones. There's Russian ones too, and I think there's one, but I don't think it pops up here. It's not Ermins. It's the guy who starts with Pokrishkin's P39 comes up every once in a while, and that's a 39N. But if we look at the preview here, the Pokrishkin one has removed these outboard guns, so it's a little bit lighter. It turns just a little bit better. It's enough to make a difference in maybe a very strict 1v1 between symmetrical planes, but between dissimilar planes. The 39s for the BR are really good, especially at low altitude, because your kind of top speed here, I'll show you, is you have a 3.0 plane that we'll start at 1 kilometer. That kind of straight line on the deck, you top out at around, I want to say, 570 kph. Might be 560-ish is what you can maintain. And you are basically at 3.0, the fastest plane in the game, bar, there might be one thing that's faster at some kind of altitude, but especially in sim in that 1 to 3,000 kilometer range, it's really good. But I'll throttle down a little bit here, because usually I want to test for speed. Not really, I don't want to spend a lot of time doing this, because, doing speed test on stream is like with whatever. And I think you can get a little bit more out of this by tuning the prop pitch. But we're pretty reliably holding 580 on the deck here with just basically no altitude loss. Just to put things in perspective, the BF-109 F4 will maintain about 530 or so. It'll go up to 550, and then the radiators start to open up. So realistically, kind of what you can maintain is 530. So basically, with the 39, you can really pretty easily run away from everything. The 39 also, on the flaps, the combat flaps actually increase the sustained turn rate. So in a kind of maneuverability-wise, the plane's actually quite good in the altitude ranges where it has kind of the full access to its power. One of the downsides to the 39 in sim, though, is it's really easy to kind of overpull them and then kind of stall them out a little bit. Although the 39N is still pretty forgiving, so sometimes you'll get greedy at really low speed. You'll try to pull for a shot, and it'll kind of nose itself over a little bit. But overall, visibility on this thing, too, pretty good to the rear, pretty good all around. Like this car door thing, you do get this in the way, but you do have good visibility in the directions you want, like straight up and down, and then straight to the rear. Like having visibility in the tail is a pretty big advantage in sim. Planes like the F6F, that's one of my big drawbacks to them, is like you can't see directly behind you, and so you got to kind of push your head to the window, and then kind of like do these like lazy S turns. In the 39, you don't have to do that. IRL, my understanding, I'm going to rattle off the P39N lures that, or not the N specifically, but the just P39 lures, is we had them, we used them in the Pacific, we used them, I think, in North Africa, and it's a relatively short-range fighter, and it's really good at low altitudes. Unfortunately, one of the things that kind of holds it back is that during the war and prior to it, what the Army Air Corps had kind of standardized around is radial engines and turbocharging for the most part. And the problem with the P39 and its airframe is it just doesn't really have the space for a turbo supercharger. So it can't be turbo. It could be, but you run into the same issue that like when you look at the 190C of kind of turbocharging it and getting an effective turbo. Like there's just no space to put it. There's a really early P39 prototype I think that has like one kind of minor turbo that kind of like stuck out the side here, and the Army Air Corps for whatever reason decided to not go with it. And the other downside to the 39, the reason it didn't make the same requirements as kind of like the later planes is the V1710 this has a single stage supercharger, it only has one stage, so it's not nearly as good at high altitude. That's one of the benefits of the Merlin supercharging system, or the supercharging system that's attached to the Merlin on something like this, is basically the supercharger compresses the air, and what a two-stage supercharger does is it compresses the air, and then it compresses it again, and it means that this engine this isn't by itself necessarily novel, but what was novel about it was kind of the footprint that they were able to get this into, where you could put a V1650 in place of a Merlin. And later during the war, there were developments insofar as two-stage supercharging for the Allison, and it did make more power, but the reason that the Allison doesn't get developed is basically there's a kind of a lag time in the 1930s where, yes, there's more potential out of the Allison. It's a large displacement engine. It has some engineering benefits over the Merlin, but because the Army had standardized around basically the idea of turbocharging as being ultimately the more kind of productive output, which and in theory it is, because the turbocharger basically makes 100% of its power all the way up to even higher altitudes. You don't have like these kind of like stages where you are not making full power. The downside to them is you end up with something kind of like the P-47. The P-47 is an airplane that is designed around its turbocharger. So if we look at, I think, customization here, in a real P-47, this whole entire basically aft section of the cockpit is just this gigantic turbocharging system just to compress a bunch of air and then force it into the pistons and then burn it off. But the downside of that is that obviously the plane gets too big, or you need the space to do it. And that's why when the Germans had a really good turbocharger, unfortunately, in order to make that work, I don't know if we can find it. Unfortunately, they don't show the 190C on the premium side here, but the 190C has like a bunch of ducting that is kind of just haphazardly shoved below the plane, where it makes a lot of power, but because of the way that on the 190C you have a bunch of goofy stuff hanging off the bottom here, and you have some tubing and some piping that kind of grafting a big turbocharger onto a 190. The drag, the performance reduction you got from the drag basically completely offset most of the performance advantages of the engine. And what the Germans eventually kind of did with the 190 is they developed their own two-stage supercharger, I think, for the Jumo 213 engines. So the 190D9 has a single-stage supercharger, but the D12 and D13, I think, in the game have a two-stage supercharger. And that's why the D12 and the D13 are able to make more power up at very high altitudes. And then the other thing the Germans concentrated on was not just methanol water injection, but also nitrous oxide injection. So GM1 is nitrous oxide, so Need for Speed boost crap. And that methanol water injection is alcohol mixed with water to basically cool the cylinder heads or whatever. And I'm doing this off of memory here, so if I'm technically wrong, you can yell at me in the comments. It'll be fine. Okay, Diswint says the 190C is visible. I just missed it. I think, did I? Yeah, I guess I did. Okay, so we can actually look at this. Basically, this is the 190C. This is War Thunder's model of it. turbocharger that they put in here is a really good turbocharger. Unfortunately, you see that all of the other stuff that has to go to actually get it to work, this gigantic tumor here, even if it's aerodynamically sound, this kind of offsets all of the benefits of the turbo, at least as far as drag is concerned. This plane ends up being pretty reasonably quick at very, very high altitudes, but at every other altitude it's just kind of like the abysmal dog shit. Invade 5 asks, how is the TA-152C in sim? It's abysmal dog shit. It's not very good. Flat out. And the reason isn't necessarily just because of the plane. Let's see. I will get to actually play the game here. I'm just answering the questions. This plane basically takes everything about the 190 D9 and in-game kind of makes it basically worse and at a worse battle rating range. So this engine is a little bit heavier, a little bit longer. The wings are a little bit longer on this. It's not a bad-looking plane, but you just don't fight in the game the same kind of opponents that this plane was kind of designed for. And this plane isn't really designed for counterfighter stuff. I mean, obviously it could do it, but at the time the Germans were really kind of prioritizing going after bombers, and kind of their doctrine, as far as fighters were concerned, they were never like a gigantic high priority target during the war. The fighters, fighter versus fighter combat, the idea was you draw the fighters away from the bombers, and then you hit the bombers as hard as possible, because those are the things actually doing the damage on the ground. Those are the things that also have the most impact as far as cost is concerned, because you get rid of like 10 guys in a B-17, you got rid of 2 trained pilots, you got rid of a certain material cost, everything associated with it. The bombers are just a higher priority target. So something like this is not going to go really toe-to-toe with something like a P-51 and have the expectation of winning. At the same time, there are a couple of later model 152C's potential planes that if they did boost the engines in this to even higher standards, that it could have been made to work a little bit better. There's a couple of plausible TA-152H variations that would equal more engine power. That, for instance, you take a TA-152H and we look at the engine. I think that this has a takeoff power of 2,050, and I want to say they did. So they tested a Jumo variant that was all the way up to 3,000 horsepower. And I think that was the 213. I think they were working on the F. It's a later variation. Obviously, I think the 3,000 horsepower one is a very specific kind of engine testing parameter. But I think they tested this one kind of plausibly up to I'd say around 2,300 horsepower. And I think a 22 to 2,300 horsepower TA-152H at kind of 6.0 to 6.3 would kind of round out like a German super prop thing. Because when it comes to the German props, this thing is quirky. It is quirky in the game, and it means that it does have a lot of potential, because the aspect ratio of the wings, the fact that the length to width ratio here is very favorable in terms of aerodynamic efficiency, that this plane kind of fakes having a high turn rate by having a very high energy retention. And that means you can kind of get away with some things for at least a bit that really surprises people. And it does everything basically that a 190 does, but a little bit better. The same thing I could say for like a 190, the D9, this would be a really pretty excellent plane at 5.0 to 5.3. 5.3 it wouldn't be excellent, but 5.0 would be pretty good. But at 5.7, when you look at the American tree and you're looking at something like the plane that really kind of obliterates the D9, number one is the F4U-4. This guy here at 5.3 is just kind of like purely better. But also this guy down here, the F4U-4B just obliterates it. The F4U-4B that we have in the game is modeled after, I think, a 1946 or 49 engine setting that they made 30 of them, where they kind of use the engine settings from the F4U-5 with a post-war 145 octane fuel to boost this engine up to, I think it's almost 2,500 horsepower. Let me look here. This one is 2,993 horsepower, and I think that might also be a little bit more than the P47M. I think the P47M, we'll look at the N because it's the same engine, is 2,686. So what Gaijin has done is they've taken the 4B and they took it from 2,600, 2,700 horsepower, which is kind of the realistic in-service maximum of the R2800, and just kind of boosted it to oblivion, where the 4B obliterates just everything at 5.7 that's doesn't have like some kind of like turn rate advantage. Or you can technically, no, you can't actually do that anymore because they actually added the third supercharger speed, so this thing can actually maintain power all the way up to like 7,000 or 8,000 meters. So there's no real ability to climb over this thing and kind of like use your high altitude performance to really beat it. The only kind of weakness this plane has is its climb rate. Even on war emergency powers, like 22 meters per second in kind of the start. 109 K4 the K4 can beat it in some situations. It's almost a fair fight. If the engine power was reduced on the 4B to normal levels, it would be still overpowered, but it would still work. But anyways, we got to play the game. I was gonna play the stream is supposed to be playing the game, but let's put. I got the G14. I think it's 5.0 to 6.0 today, so I think I'll put the G6 in, because the G6 for the 109s is a pretty good one for 4.7, but they're also heavier, so the F4 ends up handling a lot better than the G series. And it's not until the K4 that things kind of come back a little bit, although the K4 does not feel like the F4, but the power to weight ratio does kind of help kind of fudge the numbers and get some of that, like it fudges the maneuverability back. It makes it perform a little bit better than you would think. I'll put that in there. I'll put a, well, let's see. I'll put is the 1.5. I'll put the 1.2H in the lineup in a bit, but we'll put the F4 in because I like the blue plane too. That was what we were practicing with earlier, so we'll call that good too. Now let's go take a look at our games. So game-wise tonight, it's a Saturday night, and you would think that there would be a little bit more activity. This is probably this will be a reasonably good game. 35 minutes in. Do have a little bit too many Japanese planes for my taste on my side. Corson. This is going to be another okay one. Between the two. So I'm going to go with Corson. And the reason I'm going with Corson is I like snow maps a little bit better than Sicily. Sicily's a little bit hot. And Sicily has that kind of brown-white undertone that kind of, it gets hard to look at, and it's hard to, not necessarily impossible to see what's going on, but it does get tiring on the eyes for a bit. It's kind of like staring into, I don't know, like a fluorescent light for too long, where you just kind of, like, you don't realize it at the time. You're like, oh, my eyes are tired. Ah, beer. I love beer. Beer. So center the head up. We get the manual engine controls on. And I got the 20 mil. So on the 109s, to take them off, I do use like a little bit of, I use like full right rudder, a little bit of brake, and then once it gets rolling, as long as you keep it from like getting too much momentum going to the left, you can kind of relax on the brake. But they're not hard to fly. They're just have like a little quirk on takeoff. And then as far as manual engine controls goes, these planes don't have supercharger or gear switching, so they just kind of automatically control themselves, so it's pretty straightforward. During the climb, I'll run a little bit higher radiator percentage because radiators aren't producing a bunch of drag at lower speeds. It keeps the engine cool, and I don't have necessarily like an optimized spreadsheet of like, oh, on these maps I run 42% to get the maximum speed that I can maintain on war emergency power. But I kind of eyeball it. If the temperature goes up, I open the radiators. I don't know, but it seems like common sense. But some people want more in depth. Tonight's beer of choice is the same as last night. It's a Black Spruce Aroma Dome IPA. I really, I'm kind of in love with this one as far as like IPAs are concerned. Like, it's a nice cloudy IPA, and I got the 16-ounce cans again. I'll probably switch it up tomorrow night. I'll probably switch it up midweek to something else. But, I mean, last night I had 4 of these. It was pretty good. I had a good time. So, you know, I'm back for another one. See if we can get blown up here, though. Kind of look out our window. We got a plane over there. That's probably an AI. I'm going to try to not spend so much time looking at the scoreboard. Got a guy up here. It's probably an AI as well. Look at the map here. We got destroy surveillance C3. So that's probably that guy right there. And then we got 3 protect objectives. So it's most likely the things that we saw. One of the 2 is probably a player. And then if you guys have any questions, you guys want to ask anything, especially about World War II history or at least aviation stuff, or want to get my hot takes on it, feel free to ask. I do like talking about this stuff, at least to the extent that I'm able to provide answers that I think are sensible. Like, if you have any questions about frickin' P-47 drop tanks, I got too many frickin' documents about that. Like, I almost never want to see a P-47 drop tank video ever again in my life. Like, it's horrible. And we're about 3,000 meters here. That's around 9,400, 9,500 feet. Sinwar Key 43. Oh, he's on my team though. That guy's that's an AI. Or Sinwar is a guy that is always shooting an alt account on AI. Like, if you go to, I think this guy, I think you're gonna find that, yeah, if you look at kind of, let's sort by battles. P36, 677 deaths. Like, that guy is just using that account as a way to pad stats, I guess, or make his account easier to sell. It's one of the unfortunate things. I bet you we go here, we go kills, like P61, you can kind of see it here. Guarantee you probably in another couple minutes it'll be newly getting killed by Sinwar over and over again. Descent asked me, do I have any interest in IL-2 Korea? I have IL-2. I need to install it again at some point and see if my graphics card, if they patched it so that my graphics card will recognize it and actually run the game. I don't necessarily have a lot of interest in IL-2 Korea unless it already gets some momentum. Like, if there is a dynamic kind of PvP scene where things are, like, people actually want to play it, where you can find games where it's kind of not as barren as even War Thunder is, then I'll be interested in it. But if it comes down to the game's kind of main draw is like single player and doing that kind of stuff, I don't have really that kind of drive for a single player game. I much prefer the interaction of having like human opponents. I don't think there's any merit in teaching people how to defeat the IL-2 AI system or the DCS AI system. It just doesn't have the same appeal to me. So I'll wait and see. The one that I'm probably looking at maybe as a game to branch out in is maybe not IL-2, but Combat Pilot whenever it comes out. But as I said, you gotta kind of look at the stuff, do your a little bit of research into it, and see what is Combat Pilot going to do, and how are their flight models going to compare to some of the source documents in regards to the performance. So, for instance, a good point of reference is there is a NACA report. I think it's a three digit report. I want to say 408, but it might be 408. It might be 638. It's a graph of a comparison of a bunch of roll rates of planes during World War II, dependent on indicated airspeed, and the Zero has some documented roll rate issues, according to that NACA report. But the way they tested it is by using 50 pounds of control force on the stick, which means that in War Thunder, the way the Zero performs, at least in roll rate at kind of full fuel, the A6M2, which is the long, and the A6M2, by the way, has longer wings than the A6M5, but with 50 pounds of force, even at kind of like 400 miles per hour indicated speed, it still has a roll rate of about 30 degrees per second. In game, it has a roll rate of about 40 degrees per second under those same conditions. But what I think could be going on, and one of the arguments you can make, is that 50 pounds of lateral stick pressure is just a measurement that the Air Force was using as a point of comparison, not that 50 pounds was the maximum control surface deflection force that a Japanese pilot could input on a center-mounted stick. So this kind of argument that the plane was unrollable is maybe not nearly as impactful as people want to make it out to be. Let's see what we got here. I think this is Russian. I think the Russians are against us. No, that's well, I'm fighting over the airfield. That's why. Airfield defenders. At the same time in War Thunder, I did a test with the F4U-4. The F4U-4 in game has a roll rate that's like quadruple that of the Zero. So maybe those relationships, even if they're not perfectly accurate, are still kind of there and modeled in the game. And for whatever reason, they don't have the same impact that people think that they did in real life. Although real life is kind of hard to judge, because as I said last night, the narrative is that boom and zoom tactics won the war, and American pilots knew to not turn fight and whatnot. But then you kind of look at the combat reports, and the reality of it is there was a good bit of both happening, and also the historical narrative that we have in the West that was kind of unchallenged for around 50 years or so, just due to not reading Japanese sources or doing any like real cross-referencing, is that Japanese fighters were hopelessly inferior in the face of their American opponents, and that the Americans have these kind of 18-1, 15-1 kind of kill-loss claims. And when you kind of look at the fighter versus fighter aspect of it, the claims and kind of what's the documented, I think, according to not John Parshall, the other guy that Chris Bergs did a stream with recently, I asked a couple of questions. His kind of point is that the kill claims are kind of more 1-to-1, or a lot more even than people initially kind of have been led on to believe, where things like the Key 43 Oscar, the A6M5, while not competitive, it end up doing a lot better. They're not the hopeless mess that everyone thinks that they are. And from my point of view, trying to document stuff like that and kind of analyze things has been there's not a lot of really good sources as far as the tactical aspect of it, where you are kind of forced to read between the lines. Because obviously, if you read American kill claims, you're getting all of the points where the American fighters won. You're not getting the part where the American fighters lost, and you're not getting the part where, well, yeah, this guy got kills by turn fighting for a bit. And then also this guy got blown up because he turned flat for too long, which is a thing that definitely did happen. I think Neil Kirby, I think, was shot down kind of pretty late in the war by a Key 43 Oscar, in large part because he did get into some kind of maneuvering fight with it. And he also kept his drop tank because he just wanted to keep it and he thought he could kind of manage it. So it means that obviously some of the Japanese pilots survived the war. Saburo Sakai survives the war. So obviously those guys had something going on where it's a large part of it is luck. A large part of it is just not being in the wrong place at the wrong time, but also there is an element of skill to it. So trying to figure out that kind of aspect, though, and figuring out whether or not the things that we have been kind of take as gospel truth or not is just part of the historical process. I don't know. Anyways, that's my TED Talk. Japanese plane's good or something. Okay, we got this guy. I got a Corsair. We'll go underneath of him. I think I can use the flaps because I looked at his entry position. We'll go under here. I need to not blow up the flaps though. We'll gain position on him. Now if I go flat here, he's going to go below me, and I'll kind of take my my turn circle and kind of sit it just above his wing, so as he comes around here, he's going to bleed speed. And he might try to extend away, and I might be able to shoot across the circle here. Once I put the flaps away, I'll gain speed on deflection shoot. And with that, and that's a dash 1C. You can tell by the kind of the white paint on the bottom. Surely we'll hit this. Yep, there we go. And we'll kind of wander away and look at the chat. We got another guy up there that looks like a G55 or something. Steck 6702 asked about the G55. So is this question in regard to its real life plane or the plane in the game? Because those are kind of similar but different avenues to look at. Because the G55 is what the Italians kind of commonly called like a 5 series fighter. Basically, the G55, the Reggiani 2005, and the C205, and they're what they are is they are Italian fighters that have been re-engined / like re-engineered, because I don't think the RE 2005 is not just a RE 2001 with an upgraded engine. It's based on the same thing, but I think the wings are considerably different. But basically, what the Italians did is they got like a license to produce the Daimler-Benz 605. The DB605 is the same engine as the 109E, basically at a fundamental level, but the cylinders have been bored out to increase the displacement. And the 605 comes after the 603, because the 603 is almost, I think, an entirely different engine, also an inverted V12, but the 603 was designed to replace the 601, and due to kind of teething issues, they kind of came up with the 605, and the 605 ends up being one of the better German engines of the war. The G55, I think, ends up being the Italians' preferred solution to some of their problems. And it's really kind of a neat plane because one wing is longer than the other. That's how they offset the torque effect of the engine, is by making the wings asymmetric. Performance-wise, I think the RE 2005 was considered maybe a little bit better, had maybe about the same potential, maybe a little bit worse, a little bit better, depending on the situation. But I think the G55 was ultimately chosen because I want to say it was the most mass-producible plane that the Italians had at the time that was kind of able to be produced in theory in some kind of numbers. Performance-wise in game, It suffers from kind of just being rather mediocre for the tier, a little bit on the slow side. It does turn pretty well though. It's about its turn performance in sims about on par with a Mark 14 Spitfire. It's not nearly the early Spitfire turn rates, but most things aren't. In sim, it works out pretty good. It's very forgiving in regards to getting into turn fights. It doesn't really try to dump its wings or do anything crazy. The cockpit, the visibility on them is a little so-so. It's not the worst. You still have clear view of the tail, but you do have a lot of canopy bracing that does kind of get in the way. Climb performance on it also ends up being about on par with some of the later P47s, where you get up to about 6,000, I think, in around, at full power, around 5 minutes, or around 4 minutes and 45 seconds, I want to say. The plane gets a little bit better at high altitude, but overall it's kind of, it's one of those planes, the G55, the RE2005, and the C205, I think, are all contenders for getting the DB605 MW50 treatment of kind of implementing a hypothetical / designed fighter around the basically the 605 with the later water methanol injection, which would take those fighters from around 14 to 1500 horsepower at war emergency power, and it boost them up to around 1800, and those planes would really benefit from it. It'd be the same as, it's kind of like the same benefit when you're going for the F4Us with the early R2800s versus kind of like the F4U-4, where adding more engine power to those planes makes them would make them a lot better. Where I think the Italian tech tree, the RE2005 with MW50, the G55. The G55 with MW50 by and large would basically be the G56. The 56 is not an up-boosted 55. It's actually a 55 airframe with the DB603 engine in it, so the other engine that the Germans ended up developing. But I think by and large, the way that they're implemented, the 603, if it was boosted to its, I think, 2,000 horsepower on the TA152C, if that was coupled with the 55 airframe, that thing would be great. It'd be fantastic. There's also just probably no historical documentation or consideration for that kind of plane existing, even though it's a very logical and plausible conclusion. I think Gaijin is, with the implementation of some of the other goofy prototypes, the Pancake is maybe the most recent one, but obviously we have the BI and we have a bunch of other stuff that, for me, it's one of those things that, yes, I like realism, but it's one of those things I like game balance a little bit more, and in that case, it's one of those things I would very willingly look the other way, just to have a more varied kind of 6.0, 6.3, immediately 1945 post-war kind of super prop BR, where giving the Axis something a little bit better than the quirkiness of the TA152H and the kind of, I guess the RE2005 of just being, well, we got a bunch of guns and you got Spitfire turn performance that's abysmally slow. So I think I'm going to land on this game. I'm going to join a different one because I don't think I'm going to get any good fights out of the remaining guys, and our team has this guy's somewhat experienced, Spasma's experienced. These guys don't have the ability to really fight back, so I'll primarily engage with the chat and drink another damn beer. Let's see, he says, I remember seeing an IL-2 discussion about the game adding a double-hand stick pull feature to be able to pull harder at high speeds. So I don't know enough about IL-2's flight models and the way they model things to have strong opinions about it. I played the game a long time ago, kind of made it work, but it always ran at very low frames for me, that I just never got into it. and it has its own quirks, and depending on the plane, like I think. Well, no, I'm thinking of DCS as well. DCS is the one that added the Corsair, and the initial Corsair flight model and the way it's implemented are very uh, suspect, up in the air, murky. Whatever kind of verb or adverb you want to use for very indecisive and unclear to me. Where War Thunder is maybe not the best simulator or even a good simulator, but it definitely is the one that I know the most, and kind of like the devil I know might be better than the one that I don't. So that's why I'm not like in a gigantic hurry to jump in and skip games. Because like if we were streaming IL-2 right now, if it wasn't Combat Box, this whole entire time I might have been flying around with full fuel and maybe have had one fight on. And this occasion I had technically 3. One that was pretty okay, and then obviously killed an AI. And that's probably more activity per time played than I'd get out of IL-2. And I don't really have any special infatuation with the in the cockpit aspect or the micromanaging, the takeoff procedure, and all that other aspect that I could really have the attention span for something that isn't just like the dogfighting part of it. Like I like the dogfighting part. I like the watch the plane explode part. And we'll do one of this trick. We'll do this trick here. 100% prop pitch is going to slow this plane down super quick. Go here, and I'm going to finish. I'll finish this beer. I'll go get another one. I need chat to ask some questions so I can continue yapping, because I do enjoy the historical discussion. I think is maybe more of appeal right for me right now than the actually playing the game. I did check the fuel. I just flew back. Kindly. I'll answer your question once I get back, but I have an interest in DCS. It's just not. It hasn't outweighed my interest in War Thunder yet. But headset's going off. I'm going to the beer fridge and drop the shit on the ground, apparently. Let's see. Let's find the headset. Make sure the microphone's still working. Get the nussy out of the way. Got that nussy view. And we said we were gonna go look at new games anyways, so we'll do that. Microphone is still working. I gotta check occasionally because it'll plug itself in and then crash itself. And I could put the chat on the thing now too, because apparently it's updating. So I could do that. And now we have. We did it. We just had to wait, and now we have chat on the screen. So it's on your screen. It's not on mine. It doesn't show up in my game, I don't think. I need to figure out how to do that, because I'd like to play the game and have the chat pop up on the side so I can actually read it, but I need to actually do research, or like just not be lazy, I think is what it comes down to. So as far as DCS is concerned, I have the game. I have, I think, 2 modules. Actually, no, it's 3, because I think I have the SU-27 as well. So I have the Cliffs of Dover, Flaming Cliffs with Flaming Dogshit mod, and I have the F-16, and I have the FW-190 D9. And between the two high fidelity modules and the low fidelity one, I don't like the way that props handle in DCS. But that was a long time ago. They didn't feel like as crisp as War Thunder. A little bit more inertia as far as the D9 is concerned. It feels like kind of the gun damage is. It doesn't have the same kind of cathartic aspect to it of like the dinging sound in War Thunder and just kind of like the consistency of War Thunder. The other issue that I have with DCS is my primary interest in aviation, right? And my primary interest in dogfighting, in kind of like PvP style combat, is not focused around modern jets. It's not focused around the missile aspect. It's not focused around one circle, two circle, F-18 versus F-16. Like, I like those planes. I like modern aviation. But from a gameplay perspective, I really enjoy the kind of intimacy or the kind of close-inness, the not necessarily fairness, but the just kind of the simplicity of prop combat. And in DCS, you don't have a community that is really focused around the things that I would find interesting, which would be PvP, propeller-driven combat, or even PvP, Korean War, early jet combat. Because it's so focused around the modern aspect, I don't have as much of an interest in it. And the other thing with DCS is you have the same issue as with War Thunder, where the player base is relatively small, and the PvP player base in DCS is going to be even smaller, and the number of players that can do the in-the-cockpit management thing well enough to kind of like turn the brain off and then focus on the combat part of it, like, trajectories and whatnot, is even more limited. And I think I just rejoined the game that I was just in. I didn't mean to join this one. I meant to click on it and look at the names. But because that community just doesn't exist to the extent that it does in War Thunder, in order for me to switch to DCS, I would have to I would have to build it, and there's not a lot to build off of because there's only four, maybe 5 fighters in DCS that are World War II. I want to say they have the P-47, and the 47 in DCS I think runs the low manifold pressure setting, so it's kind of doo-doo as a PvP vehicle. The 109K4, the FW190D9, the P51, and I think they have a Spitfire. Don't quote me on that, but between all of those, there's only 5 planes. And then you don't have Japan, and also DCS, because you have different module makers, means that, well, yeah, there's kind of a mixed standard as far as are those flight models better or more accurate than what we already kind of have approximated in War Thunder, and I think the investigation of that would be kind of interesting, but also it would make me pull my freaking hair out. So I think this one here. So this was the Sicily, this was the Corson, this is the one I just left. That's the one, and this is the other one. Let's see what 5.0 to 6.0 looks like, because I am tempted to join this, but it's already an hour in. It's probably going to be a little bit over. My guess is if I join, Biscuit is wiping the team, and this guy is wiping the team. And my assumption is Biscuit's plane for Britain at 4.7. Just make sure he doesn't have the so it's going to be a Spitfire, so it'll be something I have to run away from, or at least it's not the doody-doo. Let's go here. I'm going to be a masochist and go try my luck here. And then Miller Cooley is going to be at high altitude and playing a little kind of fast and probably not aggressive unless he's in something that just blows you up. Okay, so Biscuit said Biscuit was flying the F6F. That's going to be okay. Well, yeah, this is why I usually don't join these games very late. Is that this is about probably 20 minutes of gameplay. Let's try. Biscuit's up here, 2-1, so okay. I should just ask him to duel again. It's fun. 6-3, Napalm 48. This guy's always in a yak. Whatever, we're really not going to worry about this. We'll go. Do we go like a G6 or we go F4? Yeah, I'll go F4. I like the blue camo. But only 20 minutes of fuel. You got to smash that rudder and that brake. That's also kind of multifaceted too. One of the reasons I'm not all that interested in DCS is that none of the naval fighters are there. Like you just have Air Force fighters or Army Air Corps fighters, and it's kind of like, well, I think the dynamics of like the F6F and the Corsair, not so much the Corsair. I think I'm kind of not a Corsair hater. I just think the F6F is the cooler Daniel. I think the F6F was a plane that was primarily designed to land on a carrier, and everything else was secondary, whereas the Corsair was designed as a fighter, and landing on a carrier was just a thing that it kind of had to do and didn't do it very well. So I like the F6F better, but that just means I'm a contrarian. So in War Thunder, the Cold War stuff could be probably the most fun if, and only if, it wasn't for the planes that kind of end up fun policing the whole entire battle rating. The Sea Vixen's a really good example of it, because you play 8.7 or 8.3, you play against the Sea Vixen. The Sea Vixen itself isn't necessarily, it is overpowered. It's not impossible to avoid getting killed by it, but the kind of matchup between the two is the Sea Vixen comes in and it shoots a missile up your tailpipe, or you do a turn and it can't get missile lock and then it flies away. And in a kind of a bigger game, the Sea Vixen really doesn't have to do anything to sneak a missile up your tailpipe, because you turn away from one, it presents it to another, he shoots a missile up your tailpipe, and he flies away. And that dynamic is not very interesting. And for newer players, for guys just getting into it, if they do find a game that has like a good map that's reasonably small, reasonably populated, usually their very first experience in an F-86 or a MiG-15 is going to be one of these guys that plays Sea Vixen on 8.7 days or whatever its down tier day is, flying in behind them, shooting them with a missile, and then flying away. Where for new guys, that experience feels inherently unfair, and it is inherently unfair. Whereas if a guy comes in with an F-86 and you're in a MiG-15 and you don't see him and he sprays you down, you'd be like, well, I should have looked behind me, and that fight like maybe wasn't fair in that circumstance. But you're going to have other fights where you're in a 15 and you're against a guy in an F-86, and the F-86 outturns you and shoots you down. You can at least, like, you could write a whole entire book, a whole entire post about how to beat the MiG-15 with the F-86 and vice versa, whereas the dynamic between the Sea Vixen and everything else is like 3 sentences. Like, if you're in the Sea Vixen, you get rear missile lock and you shoot. If you don't, you fly away. If you're in anything else, you deny rear missile lock, and then you cope and seethe as the Sea Vixen flies away. Your only counterplay is to hope the Sea Vixen is tunnel visioned on something, turn fights, and allows you to close the distance, and you're able to make the shots quick enough that it can't point its nose down and then run away. Like that's the whole entire Sea Vixen dynamic. The Ariete dynamic's also very similar at 9.0. You play the F-86 or the MiG-17. a similarly skilled player in an area comes in and wrecks your shit. If you do kind of get a position advantage on him, he can point his nose down and he just out accelerates you by so much that he points his nose away and goes to his airfield, and you just kind of like sit there and you just cope and seethe and realize that, hey, this is fundamentally unfair. And that's the PvP part of it. The PvE part, as far as doing things like chasing IL-28s, also just isn't like all that engaging, because the IL-28 guy, the only thing he does, he switches to gunner view and he sprays you, and a 23mm blows you up. And if you're a new guy who can't aim, you're probably going to tail set him, and like, yeah, you should be damned, but at the same time, that interaction is just fundamentally completely unfun. That it's way different than if you're in an F-86 or a MiG-15 and a guy pops behind you and he's probably flailing around missing his shots, and you get to survive a couple of turns and fight each other, and then you're like, okay, then I lost. It's like, okay, I lost not because my plane was inherently unfair, but I lost, but I had at least a field to play in where I'm like, okay, this is something that's worth learning. And I think that's one of the big problems with that Vietnam tier, though, or the Korean War tiers. There just isn't anything that's intuitive. Like, props ends up being pretty good because for the most part, even things that are unbalanced, you can kind of like figure out ways around them and to counter them and have a chance. Although something like the XP55 here, as soon as he fucking break turns, I'm going to be obliterated. So I'm going to have to pull across here and fucking hope for the best. Because the XP55 is fucking annoying as fuck. Actually, I think I can win this. Yeah, okay, we win. Oh, this is, okay, never mind. I thought that was Biscuit. Biscuit loves that. Loves the XP55. Although he was British, so he's a Hellcat, so... See if I can get it here. Rudder, 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 bam! And I'm probably going to get blown up here because I'm in the stalling position where I'm like, okay. Please. Ah. Okay. 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 Yep. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. Nope. Nope. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. I didn't get blown up by a guy that only had one wing while looking behind me. Definitely did not happen. Hey, yo, Paco. Oh, hey, well, I died just in time to, get the game over. Ah, beer. I love beer. Beer. So as far as DCS goes, so I'm just gonna call Kenny and Lee D50 agent. I'm gonna call him D. Says that the World War II is not very great in DCS, but he does like the dueling community in it. But because it focuses around the 4th gen and the Hornet, that's one of the reasons that, while I would be interested in DCS, the limited selection does hurt. Also, having to spend $80 on the super competitive plane that I think kind of not easily wins against everything, but like the F-16 versus Hornet dynamic in DCS, from my experience, was not super interesting. Where in the DCS, the kind of the strategy that I have against F-18s, it really comes down to vertical energy trapping them, doing a spiral and getting above them, and then kind of like being able to drop down. And it works, but it means that there's not like a lot of room to experiment with in the same way that you can kind of do some of these more dynamic matches in War Thunder. Like, War Thunder has some dynamic matchups that are asymmetric that I think are kind of interesting. Like MiG-21 BIS versus F4E, at least at kind of a moderate skill level, is interesting. If the F4E plays well and just does like a rate turn and wins that way, it's kind of like, well, whatever. If you play it correctly, everything becomes one-sided, but if you don't, the MiG-21 BIS does have the power-to-weight ratio. You can kind of like, you have a lot of room for experimentation that you just don't necessarily have in DCS just due to the limited selection. Let's see. I've done a little bit of 109 tonight. I haven't done some P51 yet. I'm not sure that Let's look at 6.0. Actually, I said the TA-152H was the GOAT. So let's put the long-wing Butcherbird in the lineup. Because we should be 5-0 to 6-0 tonight. And there should be, if we're smart, there should be a game that is not too bad, that's not too shabby. This one will be not too shabby, 32 minutes in. Tunisia is, well, this will be shabby just because it's a later game and it's an hour and 30 in, so that will end pretty quick. And Dover Strait for props, this will also be kind of shambolic. So we'll do Morisby 8v5, 32 minutes in. Don't recognize any of these guys, so I think this might be majority bombers, but hopefully some people join. Hopefully I'm not having to fight the horde of Yak 3Us, because that ends up being rather difficult. B-17 King, neat. Yeah, we'll go the Morisby, and I'll put the K4 in the lineup too. I think the K4 is not an underrated plane. I just think it's maybe not as appreciated by the sim community as the F4. I mean, Pekka Kokopade says that he only plays props and he doesn't see the appeal of missile eras. And, I mean, I guess that's fair. I see the appeal of everything, even if I don't necessarily like something, I can see the appeal of it, and I've played a good variety of kind of everything in the game. I do like props a lot better from my perspective, but the missile stuff is fun, and the missile stuff, like, top tier is its own vibe, and I go through periods where I want to play top tier to periods where like I don't want to touch it. I don't want to hear the beeps. I don't want to hear the boops. But between the two, in War Thunder, you have kind of two competitive battle ratings, which are basically you have some competitive players at top tier that are actually kind of okay, good fights, even if they're crushing on the Rafale. And then you have good fights at prop tier. And then a lot of the rest of the game is kind of this gray area dead zone where, like, for instance, if I play 8.0, right, I'll join a game. It's going to be probably 70% bombers. There'll be one guy in whatever plane happens to be the best for the tier for the day. So like a 9.0 day is a perfect example. 9.0, there's going to be a bunch of bombers. There'll be one guy in an Ariete with a 10-1 KD, and you join the opposite team in the F-86 F2 Sabre, and you can outmaneuver this guy in the Ariete. You kill him, and his next reaction is to leave the game. So then you're just kind of like stuck there just kind of chasing after bombers, and it's a rather dull experience. And then the opposite of that experience is you just get farmed by the Ariete, and you just kind of like cry, and that's also not very dynamic, at least in my experience. At least with top tier, even though top tier with the Rafale is technically unbalanced, even a guy with ESP hacks and cheats last night was losing to a bunch of goobers in SU-30s, and he was in a Rafale. So, I mean, I think that says enough about kind of like the state of the game as far as a gameplay perspective goes. Spike Donald says, "What up, Beer Thunder God Gamer? About 6 to 7 Coors Banquets deep, baby." I am not. Is the Banquet the No, I'm thinking Miller High Lifes. I'm thinking of the Champagne beers. I think Coors Banquets are the actual kind of Coors that I like. A Coors Light though tastes horrible, and it's not even a stereotypical. Oh, light beers are not real beers. It's like it just has like this really kind of to me a skunky aftertaste to it that I just don't enjoy. So to me, the Coors Light is one of the worst. But Coors Banquets are they're pretty okay. They're pretty tasty. I don't get them because I'd get a 12 pack and drink the whole damn thing, or get a 30 rack and be pouring one out for the frickin' Edmund Fitzgerald, and also shitting my brains out in the morning or in the middle of the night, and that would be not good. So I limit myself to flavorful, fruity, goofy beers, but in limited quantities, so I can kind of control it that way. Because alcoholism be a hell of a drug, kids. Looking at objectives here, we got destroy enemy attackers D6. So that's probably those guys, unless we got to cover bombers. We got cover bombers G5. So G5 is farther to the south. So these are probably friendlies. I am running a little bit too much fuel. I should have went to min fuel on this because I got fucking 43 minutes of gas. And on the 152, I think the fuel tank is behind the pilot, so when you put more gas in it, it becomes a little bit more unstable. So I kind of have like a little bit of a floaty kind of back and forth pressure that I'm kind of compensating for. But maybe we get a fight here. So those are two players, but they're escorting each other. That's a Japanese plane. So, oh boy, these guys are not gonna have a good time. So I could tell that they were players based on the contrails on the wingtips. AI in the game doesn't ever pull hard enough to actually do like this. So if you're in a fight with something and you notice that it's never pulling wingtip vortices, it's a 99% chance it's AI. It's also one of the ways I was able to kind of tell that in Greg's videos on the War Thunder clone thing for PlayStation VR, that all the dudes that he was fighting were like the named bots that War Thunder makes, like Dominic and Vladimir and whoever. And like, well, this guy he's playing the game. It's a beta, but he's not fighting. He thinks that the AI is players because of the player names. And like, well, that kind of made his opinions on things like the way the J2M matches up against the P47 and whatnot a little bit skewed, because obviously if the J2M never pulls hard enough to actually outturn you, you might think that the flight model of the game is reasonable, where there is a room there's a room to play against the AI that just doesn't work against players. But that's neither here nor there. I'm not going to fault him for not knowing how the game works, because he kind of adamantly refuses to play the War Thunder and insists it's completely different. And when it's not. Let's see, let's catch up to chat here. What is a good grief? Did you just 6-7 in a squish stream? I don't know what a 6-7 is. I don't understand the lingo yet. I'm not smart enough. I somehow pinned this message from Pecalopale. I need to figure out how to unpin it. There we go. We hit the unpin button there. I'm gonna catch up. I'm gonna like get blown up doing that. Let's see. Swag Donald says the best sim pilot he's seen is Idaho Bookworm or Bookworm. Um, Idaho for guys that you actually see in sim, I think he ranks up there pretty high. He's pretty aggressive. Flight mechanics wise, he's about on par. Maybe in some aspects a little bit better than I am, a little bit worse. It really depends on the plane as well. Typically, when you see him, you have to look out for, and I do kind of the same thing, so it's not a ding against him, but you have to look out against his squad mates too. So he's usually with a guy, Booberry and Count Chocula, where if you do get an advantage against him, you might get into a really interesting dogfight, but before it develops fully, his squad mates will come in and wipe you out. And squad mates are usually in really strong planes. Idaho usually plays F6F, the Dash 5 without the radar, and after the Dash 5, he'll play usually the American 109F4. He likes to do that a lot, so usually he'll get blown up a couple of times into the American 109F4, which is not bad, but it's kind of predictable. I enjoy fighting against him. He's a good teammate to have on your team, but then you get too many good players on a team, and that just snowballs into non-competitive gaming. So it's kind of like it's catch-22, hit or miss. I recognize this name. I don't know from where. But he's fun to fight. The guy that I think is overall probably the best mechanically speaking is probably still Biscuit Destroyer, but he's the GOAT, and I will say that he's the Korean GOAT. And there's a bunch of other guys that don't play anymore that can be interesting to fight. Though you get enough good players in a game when everyone's skilled, like highly skilled, it makes a lot of things that normally work not work. And it also makes a lot of situations where you think you can get away with it, not get away with it. So, for instance, when you're doing loops and whatnot, you're in a close-in dogfight, and if you have an advantage on a guy, or you try to energy trap him and you go up and you get like close to your stall speed, you have all that advantage on that guy, but there's the chances are someone else has spotted you and is seeing that and is coming in to kind of collect. So in higher skilled games, planes with higher speeds end up being a little bit more potentially impactful, where you can kind of drag everyone around in a merry-go-round and shoot at each other and then fly away. But and that's an interesting dynamic that you don't necessarily, I don't think that you would see in DCS though, just because you don't have the player density or the experience required to actually kind of get to that point. I might have to. Well, that guy this guy here joined, looked at the scoreboard, and I think left. Maybe. Better plane that he's in is an SU-11. Wallet Warrior Z. I think that guy posts on the forums. Okay, let's catch back up on the chat because we don't have anything going on here. See, Bullet says that Paul looks a good teammate, and I think that he is. And he says Max Stuve's a good teammate. Max Stuve is hilarious. I have screenshots of him in my Discord because he accused me of cheating at the game. Because I'm able to hit people while stalling. And when I join a game, Max Stuve will immediately do kind of like take his plane, he'll be at 4 kilometers, but he will always be kind of like flying, like if he was on this map, he'd fly from like this airfield to this airfield, maybe like out here, and he's not really going forward. And then Max Stuve, basically the way that he plays is he never takes a lot of risk. So if you actually do get pressured by enemy players, he's not going to sacrifice himself to save you, and that means that kind of, I don't know, I think that guy's not very good, to be perfectly honest. Um, and that's based on playing with them. That's based on playing against them. Idaho, on the other hand, Idaho is an excellent teammate. Idaho will just immediately throw his plane into the world's shittiest situation, and come and help you out, versus guys that'll kind of passively play energy and not take that risk. And I try to be the first type of player where I'll go, you know what, fuck it, we ball. It's a video game. I can die. It doesn't matter. And try to pull off some stuff that maybe isn't necessarily all that feasible. Although it does come back to bite me a good bit. Like I think last night or the night before last, I was trying to fight kind of a bunch of K84s, and I only had maybe 1 to 2 active teammates with in the P51D30, so I could get an advantage on 1 K84, maybe 2, but there was always like a third one. And although you win one fight against the K84 and get position, you commit so hard to it that you're just kind of flopping around in just the wrong spot, and the other guy comes in and shoots you, and because you're the only guy kind of there, obviously if you're the only target, everyone's going to go for you. So there is a limit to maybe the way that I should play, but the way that I should play, and I do it a little bit, is go to 7 kilometers and just go super fast and make all these guys stall out and try to collect them and always be kind of in that energy advantage position. But I don't. My ADHD just doesn't cope with that for that long. I think this guy's a 109 at wing shape. Yeah, he's got the move after me thing. Mateus. So this is one of those situations where someone's gonna like tag me, like, "Why'd you J out?" And it's like, "Well, I J'd out because this is a dead game now. This is effectively not a game worth joining." Pekka Kopade says he doesn't know if the gun physics are represented accurately. Bullets seem super slow relatively to even prop planes. They're supposed to inherit velocity from the aircraft, but it frequently feels wrong. I don't know. I haven't devised a method to test that. My personal opinion is that War Thunder's old gun velocity and ballistic model was probably very forgiving. Whereas in Sim right now, I think the engagement distances that you're kind of realistically able to duplicate feel pretty accurate to the way that things appear to have worked in real life, even if maybe the specific ballistic component of it is not perfectly accurate. So, say for instance, in War Thunder, planes are probably more stable, more predictable, easier to aim than their real life counterparts, and weapons dispersion basically is a fixed value, in a way that the fact that the ballistics are kind of fudged means that it kind of reduces your range to what was kind of realistically practical. I do think that it would be testable. I just don't have the desire to do it, and I am not really hurt by having guns in Sim be kind of like effective in mainly for most people in this 200 to 300 meter range, and being harder but possible to aim kind of out to 800 to 1,000 meters. And I think that's a pretty you have kind of a field that I think duplicates some of the things that you see in real life, because the old model compared to the new model is basically having rail cannons, and yeah, maybe the old one was more accurate. I would tend to think that as time goes on, they do try to make the game more accurate. So I would assume that the new one is on paper more accurate, but maybe the old one was. But also, I don't find it to be that big of a deal. So I've done some of that. This 3747. I got I'll get this. I think I might do the Razorback P47. I'll put another plane in here. I might put the P39 in here to show you how how it is. Because I know a guy asked about it earlier. I don't want to fly exactly the same plane all night. But we'll put the 39N. We got the 51C. This is 3747 Sicily. It's Corson. I think I was already in that one. This right here is most definitely a split lobby. When you see very big games, very low game time, and then kind of like 5 people in the hangar, this is a lobby that's diverted. Where if I join this, I'm pretty sure it'd be like a 3v3, 4v4 type thing. So I'm not going to join that one. I'll go here. So it looks like. This is another thing I don't like is these gigantic 128 kilometer maps at 2333. These should not be they should just not be in the rotation. It looks like I might have to join the German team. Flat spinning guy. I want to play. Oh no, playing P47. I'm gonna be the Gregors. Oh, I've already I've already participated on the losing side. Well then, this has to be the split lobby too. Because this was the Sicily that we joined that ended. And that's the only one we can join. So, had the G6 in the lineup, so you need to put the G6 back in the lineup. And I guess we'll play Germany again. So Swag Donald says Aces of Thunder looks like War Thunder, and the reason it looks like War Thunder is because it basically is. From everything that I've seen, the flight models are identical, minus the prop torque effect, and yeah, basically the same game. Okay, so we got that. Let's see if Biscuit is blowing up my team. He is not. So with the G6, well, that looks like a big lag spike. Or 3 people just crashed into each other. So my underlying assumption going into this is that Millie Coolerhay is going to be in the Martin Baker 5. So he'll be booming, zooming at high altitude, then running away. And I'll have unless I catch him off guard, I'll have no chance of catching up to him. I didn't pay attention to what flag Biscuit had. I'm going to assume probably F6F. So I need to be cognizant of not letting him dive on me and close the distance, but I also need to be cognizant of not getting into a radius fight with the F6F, but if it has enough speed, it can kind of just cut your radius and then kind of sit behind you. And with Biscuit's aim, that's going to be... I'll be surprised if I kill him. The way that I'll kill him, I'll have to third-party him or just shut up and win. Trying to deal with both of them is not going to be ideal. Swag Donald says Yak 3s with quarter canopy feel so much nicer. Yeah, I mean, they are. I don't mind the 109 cockpit. I know it's kind of hard to watch on stream, but I mean, the visibility is good in the places that matter. You can kind of like angle your head up and look at the tail. They're okay. The ones that the one that you should try is load up the MiG-17 and just try to hit anything that's like vaguely in front of you but not flying straight. And then you will truly see what looking through a drinking straw at all times is like, where the visibility is good, but it's bad in just exactly the wrong place. So this is one of those situations where I'm running mech, but I'm running 100% because I notice I was overheating. I think 3000 is probably fine. And then if you put the battle thing here and actually look at this, so he's in a Mustang Mark 1, so could catch him depending on the altitude. And because he got 2 kills, I should be looking for something on fire and falling out of the sky. Natty Panda asks, since Steam Frame is going to be essentially a VR PC, you think once it enters the market, it will impact War Thunder Sim scene in any way? Maybe make it more affordable or easier to get in and play? And my answer is, I very much doubt it. I don't think that PC specs are what's impacting War Thunder right now. I think that maybe the biggest thing that would actually make Sim more accessible is actually making a new set of tutorial videos for different things, because Sim is pretty accessible, but kind of getting across that hump where you're just not getting completely obliterated right away is kind of like the point where it becomes fun, where you don't feel kind of overstressed by trying to fly the plane. Because a lot of the guys that are really good at Sim don't fly on VR, they don't fly on even with head tracking or hands on stick and throttle. Like Simply Sinful, he flies with mouse and keyboard. Mustang 64 flies mouse and keyboard. A lot of guys use PlayStation or Xbox controllers. Butters does Xbox controller. Paulette Badule does PlayStation controllers. There's a guy named Darbre that does a PlayStation controller, uses the fucking stupid gyroscopes to control the plane, and it's the goofiest, most cancer-inducing thing I've ever seen, where I think what prevents Sim from being accessible is that it's just not intuitive. Where kind of having to dink around with your control setup and make it so that it kind of works for you is kind of like just an aspect I think that people need to know and have experience with. And it doesn't help that kind of like the default controls in the game they're just not very good. Like in all honesty, I need to make a video about the aiming mission type thing, because I think a lot of people that are just getting into Sim would find something like that a very good return of investment as far as like their time versus how their competency grows. Just because in the aim simulator thing, you're spending like you're not just focused on aiming, you're also not focused on it. It's not specifically part of it, but playing your plane into its entire kind of flight regime. So that's a fucking see that's the problem. There we go. That's the problem right there. You're like, I got to my low speed and fucking Metamobile of the day. Got to come in and make it not fun. It was on me. I should have just like known that and recognized and played better. Playing better is always the solution. So, note to self: Russian guy in MB5 needs to be obliterated. Like, obliterate his testicles. Yep. So the Spitfire, I think, was maybe S-Jack? S-Jack's a familiar name. Okay, so this guy's in the same squadron as Biscuit, so this guy is... So I'm dealing with two at the same time, not just one. Oh, Jeb! My name is Jeb. I wonder if the squadron's dedicated to Jeb Bush. I mean, Space Cadet says that he loves taking fights slow, but into a stall. But 4 out of 5 deaths are getting third party. Yeah, that's kind of the de facto experience when you get a couple of experienced players in the lobby. If you win the fight sooner, you can kind of stay out of it. But anytime I get stalled, I'm like I'm gonna get I literally just have this feeling that I'm gonna get third party. So usually when I get done with a fight. Into a stall, I'm like literally nose down, neck G'ing, and acting like someone's going to be shooting at me because more often than not, until I actually check, I'll be like, yeah, I'm going to be kind of boned. And in this case, I know Biscuit, the Russian guy, Miller Kulahay, they will all use their keys, their cover calls and stuff. So, and they'll respond to them. So, I do kind of expect in this situation, what I probably should be doing is cruising around at like 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers, trying to stall people out and going for easy kills. Maybe on some of the less experienced guys, and maybe not trying to take that fight with the Spitfire. And win. Although I think he kind of popped up and it wasn't kind of played it as good because I was looking for a position where I could kind of extend away from him and not like eventually get caught. But that right there, that's a fight. Although it might be mostly AI. Look at the wingtip vortices there. But Biscuit is in, well, was in a Tempest. So that's going to be the Cannon Tempest. Our Napalm guy is getting a cover call, and he is down at 100 meters. So what will happen, and just as kind of like prediction, is I'm going to go into that. But Biscuit is probably climbing like here as well. So if I dive in first, he'll come in second. I'm not going to change my opinion, but it's like just something like because I know he died a little bit earlier that it's kind of a reasonable assumption. And so I kind of like look up, jostled over here because I'm expecting a Tempest. That and MB5 is going to be another one. So like right here, I think these two guys. So this guy just did a little bit there. And the question is the MB5. So I can't see him. I know he's like right there. Let's see what this guy is. Oh, that looks MB5 shaped. Come on. Come on. Hit the MB5. Hit the MB5. Hit the MB5. Hit the MB5. There we go. Come on. Yeah, hit him again. He's going to roll back in. Another hit. Another hit. Another hit. Come on. There we go. Aircraft destroyed. And then, of course, see? Look. On schedule. Millicule. He's gonna drop the flaps. And yep, see, told you. Whatever. Blew up the fucking MB5. That was the goal. That was the goal. Should just tell him to kill himself. There we go. Fucker. Whatever. That guy, the MB5 doesn't deserve his KD. Like, I am not playing the game to improve my KD. I am doing it to ruin other people's. I wonder what his MB5 kill to death ratio is. Let's see. Great Britain, MB5, 86 to 12. Okay. Go back here. Go back. It is bathroom break time. I will BRB and I'll read the chat and then I'll respond to it. La-di-da-di. La-di-da-di. I got a message. I guess this is a heart. I think this is supposed to be a heart. So, whatever. Femboy Sherlock. Gotta make sure the mic is still plugged in, too. And then we will look at what BRs to play. Do got that. We're good on that. Microphone is still Goog. Wash my hands. No, I just prefer to like pee all over my hands because, you know, it's sterile. That kind of cuts down on my water bill, and that means I can actually buy more beer. So I just constantly reek of piss all the time. it's natural. You get used to it. I just embrace it. It's also like why most people like they pee some people pee in the shower. I like pee on myself in the shower. Just the efficiency. I care about the environment. Trust. Let's see. Let's catch up to the thing. We answered the Steam question regarding the new Steam machine thing, and I don't think that the Steam thing, unless War Thunder makes a big push as far as advertising sim, I just don't think it ends up mattering that much. Swag Donald says, I always seem to lose the slow stall and scissor fights, so I play very conservative high speed and run like a bitch. Well, I mean, the way to get good at them is kind of what I did last night. And if you watched the stream from last night, I practiced against someone who was better than me, and I lost a lot. And that it doesn't look like it, but it does make you better. And if you practice them, if you can do it at least on a somewhat consistent basis, it's one of those things that will pay a lot of dividends really quickly, especially when compared to like the general player base. And that doesn't mean you're immediately going to beat everyone, but it's one of those things that if you practice it, you'll get better at it. And it's one of those things that when you practice at it, you get better at it. Like it feels good to get better. Like improving in the game is probably one of the best. Like when you like actually have like concrete evidence and concrete improvement, that's what feels good. Versus just kind of getting a high score. So I don't really mind going into these games and like I know I'm going to get third partied and lose. I don't really care about that result. Now I didn't want to rejoin this one because this is the one that we left earlier. I'm going to look at different BRs too. Hey, it's Max Steve! Max Steve! It's Max Steve! Oh my God, it's Max Steve! What's Max Steve doing? Where's Max Steve? Lex Bomb.
Our victory is near.
Where's the Max Steve? It's nope. It's not the Max Steve. Where's the Max Steve? It's Max Steve! It's Max Steve! Look at that, he got that shark thing. He's I think he's climbing out of an airfield right now, but I don't see the airfield in the background. But I'm not gonna worry too much about that because he'll be probably he doesn't really go beyond the center line of the map, so we'll leave and you'll find a different game. Maybe the F7F is a good plane today. Go use the F7F to win the war. So Natty Panda says, on the topic of War Thunder, checking the control presets to see how well suited they are for new player might be a good video. And the answer to that is, number one, anyone can kind of, even if it's a horrible control preset, if you stick with it long enough, it'll work. But doing something like that is it's kind of difficult for me. It's the same reason I don't do like how to do like an Xbox 360 controller video, because I don't have the experience with it to the extent where I can tell you beyond like being like a reasonable doubt whether or not like I could optimize an Xbox controller, because I just don't have the experience and I won't be able to perform to the same level that I do with the control setups that I have right now. And the presets are basically not very good. And there's a couple of guides out there. I think Mustang's guide is pretty well reviewed, renowned as far as setting up mouse and keyboard is concerned. I know a handful of beans, his squadron, those guys, one of the first things they do for their dudes is help them set up their controls for their controllers to be a little bit more intuitive and parse that down. And Beans is another guy who's been playing on controller for basically forever. So I prefer to let the guys that actually play this stuff and know how to do it and make those decisions. There is a pretty good control preset from a dueling perspective from, I think, Zelator. I think has a preset that works pretty well, where the rudders for planes ends up on the triggers. I don't know exactly where the flaps end up, and obviously you use one of the sticks to look around, the other stick to roll and pull. But I think there's a couple of good controller setups out there that are perfectly workable. Let's look for a game with 3747, so we said 5060 is another vibe. I did the 152H, it just wasn't very populated. The Doe 335B2, by the way, is probably one of the most obnoxiously terrible cockpits in the game. 5060. Denmark's not a good one. Tunisia this is a good map. It's just not populated. Might have to start looking at jets, to be honest. This would be an okay one. 3747 Sicily. 33. But this is the one that split earlier, because you remember Skiff was there, and it was this big game, and there's 3 not ready and 4. I think this means that this is 2 different lobbies overlapping each other, basically. So it means I can't do... I want to play P47. I want to play it into the low speed and kind of goof off, but I don't think the game's going to allow me to do that tonight. This is a risk. What does chat want me to play? What abysmal dog shit plane should I take out? Preferably a prop. I don't want to be like, oh yeah, take out the B-57 and try to bomb someone. I lose my fucking mind. But I think I have the Night Fighter Mosquito somewhere. But what kind of abysmal crap should I play? Because this is top tier. Top tier right now looks... You got in Afghanistan, so you got a good variety of maps. Actually, this is the one time I haven't seen Denmark in the rotation. Shocking. Marauder, I can go blow up Marauder with the Eurofighter, but I've done so much top tier, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. And blow up Darius with the Eurofighter, because he's going to be in the SU-30 and blow him up 3 times. Like, this guy has me blacklisted because he's one of the harassment victims, which is like the whole, all of Sim. This is kind of whatever. I think this, no, it's not a guy. You know what? I'm going to the Morisby. I'm going to win Morisby. Put the 152H in the lineup. Probably play the K4. Natty Panda says he enjoys the J26 in realistic. But maybe it plays differently in Sim. And the answer to that question is really is about the same. In Sim, it's a little better, a little worse, depending on kind of how you look at things. In Sim, you have the ability to really kind of use the high-speed energy retention of the plane and the fact that it is pretty fast to good effect. It is... Unfortunately, 5.0 in Sim, and the J26 is a P51 D5, basically. I think it might be a D20, but flight model-wise, they're the same. Your acceleration is poor, your climb rate is poor, your sustained turn rate is poor, your turn rate once you get to speed is okay, your speed at altitude is pretty good. Your speed at low altitude overall is pretty good, but your acceleration does, in large part, kind of offset that. where of all of the Mustangs, the D5, the D20, the J26, all of the ones with I think 67 inches of manifold pressure end up being pretty can be pretty oppressive to fly, especially for newer players, especially for people that aren't Mustang enjoyers. So I joined this, but this guy's not in here, so... And it's the highest scoring guy has bombs. So this is not a game worth playing. It's literally not worth playing. Because it's just going to be me flying around aimlessly at bombers and in the dark, which is horrible. Which is surprising. It's a Saturday night. You would think that, like, usually the game is popping on a Saturday, or there's like all 30 people are playing it. Tunisia. I think we're going to be stuck at 4.7. I think 4.7 and lower will be the active tier tonight, unless we step into top tier stuff. And I don't like. Perfect example right here. Let's go 4.7. Oh, I wasted like an hour of you guys' time trying to find more games. I need more historical questions. Ask me why I think the P-47 is a horrible plane and was not good in the war. Because it's bad. I gotta be contrarian, I have not flown the J-21s. I think the J-21... Is the J-21 the pusher prop thing? I want to say it's the goofy thing, the Swedish thing that everyone hated for the rail guns. We'll take this down to there. We got... This will be a good game. God damn it, Mac fucking Stew! Yeah, Max Stew on my team every time. Join against him, he quits. Be like, Max Stew! He's Max Steuven. Trotsky's Revenge. Okay, pick the altitude that I fly at. What altitude should I fly at? Pick it. Do I fly at 500 meters, 1,500 meters, or 2,500 meters? Like, how hard do you want to make the game for me? Where's Felix? Oh, yeah. What is Felix gonna be in? Oh, Felix. It's always so weird to switch back to the 109s compared to the P-51s, because at low to medium speeds, the 109s are just like a little bit, enough better that you notice it, but they're just enough slower that you also noticed it. Go up here. Look at the instruments here. All right, we said 1,500 meters. I'm going to go down to 1,500. So right now, over the nose, we see a couple of guys fighting. So even at 1,500, I think I'll be able to go in and just kind of energy trap him. Now, just because I said I'd fly at 1500 doesn't mean that I'm not going to use this like 600 kph or 580 kph of speed to go up and stall these guys out or anything. It's not a. This 1500 is a limit for a start, not an upper limit. You're not going to stream snipe me and be like, I went above 1500 meters, I'm safe. Swift NP, I think, is a Korean guy. We dueled him before. He's a good teammate to have. I do find it interesting how Axis players, I've seen a couple of guys doing P51C. Oh, Felix gets exploded. Oh, he gets exploded by a Yak 3, and it came. It's a 109G. I'm confused because America and Britain. I didn't think America or Britain had 109s. It was glitched where it just doesn't show Sweden or Finland. Cover call, a grid square away, 27, 30. How's this guy need cover at 3,700 meters, man? Just win. It's too high. He's like up there though. Oh, 51 over here. That, or I'm assuming 51. I'm assuming American playing with a giga amount of tracers. Maybe. He's gonna get hit by a tail gunner. That's gonna be my luck. Please be an enemy. Ah. Where's the dude?
Move after me. Move after me. Excellent.
Max Stove. He's stoving.
Attention to the map.
I must protect this lake. It is filled with our precious bodily fluids. This is my new objective. Make sure nobody gets to the fishing hole. See watery flaming guy playing the War Thunder. It's probably AI. I'm gonna do this. I need a fight. Fight me! How do these guys need cover at 3,800 meters? Explain it to me.
Excellent.
Maybe, 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 maybe. Oh, Felix dies. That guy is gone. He's leaving time now. I'm calling it. Heard something.
Awesome.
Heard a bubble.
We've captured a zone.
So if you watch the head tracking, you can see me take a drink. That's how you know it's real. So remember earlier how I showed that the P39 could do 580 on the deck. The 109G6, 50% radiators is just a little bit slower actually. I think if you cut it down below that, we start to heat up. So that gives you an idea of kind of like how good the 39 is, especially at lower altitudes. That looks vaguely American. Surely he's not going to use his gunners to kill me as he spins out here. I believe.
Returning to the airfield. Awesome.
Oh, that's an American plane too. Womp womp, poor femboy. Hey, stop it. Stop it, 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 stop it. They're 30 cals, they don't do anything anyways.
Need backup. Move after me.
It's a backup call to the left.
Follow me. Bravo. On me.
Bruh, I need more chat. Simply Sinful asks, have I buffed the Rafale? I'm going to buff the Rafale by getting the Su-27 nerf to the Titanic roll rate of 30 degrees per second or less. It'll be funny, trust. They're definitely going to implement the flight model according to the manual. Like, definitely need to nerf the Su-27 so it can finally go down to 13.0. Because that 13.0 BR is so well balanced and great right now, with F2A being just better than everything not named the Gripen A. Like,
Follow me. On me. Guide on me.
we need to have more Rafale buffs. Stealth, by the way, is a myth. It doesn't matter. Because someone linked a video to an interview with a fucking Gripen pilot that I've already watched like a long time ago. It's like, oh, this is the thing where they say that electronic warfare is active stealth, and that's better than passive stealth. And I was like, well, those aren't the same. Also, having passive stealth doesn't preclude you from doing electronic warfare. Like, you could just have both. Like, one's not a replacement for the other. Oh, I am 500 meters too high for chat. I'm gonna go to 1,500 meters. And maybe that's a plane over there. That's going to be Italian. I think I should do more videos in the Italian voice. I think that'd be funny, right? Like an hour of just me adding a lot of extra A's into the thing, and be like, "What you want me to do?" That's a 410. No way, that's an American plane or a. Is it a bow fighter? Surely if I just shoot at it, we'll find out. I think that's a bow fighter. Yeah, it's on fire. The firefighter. Where's the dudes? Panda, I see your question. I'm gonna answer it in a little bit. I do need to read it, but I think I got a guy here that I might be able to shoot at and then figure it out, so to speak. I saw kind of through the corner of my eye XP50, Wyvern, maybe the 55. I'm just running into bombers. I'm a bomber farmer now. I'm a counter zomber. Let's see, let's get that just ahead. Yeah, I think that'll work. I think that'll work just fine. Or Bashaza Salanzabi. Salanbazi. It's probably a slur in some language. Few so I have a few non-tech tree planes, XP50 Wyvern, I-153-62, Squadron ME-262. So the XP50, so not the 55, the twin-engined American thing that only has 60 rounds of 20mm ammo, that thing is probably one of the easiest, most intuitive planes to play in sim because it doesn't really have prop torque modeled. They basically, I think, model it as contra-rotating props, and you have what amounts to very similar to BF-109 F4 performance with no flight model drama. So I think the XP50 from like a brand new player just looking to get into the game is actually a pretty reasonable 4.0. Arguably, if you take full advantage of it, it would be kind of like overpowered, especially at higher altitudes due to the turbos. But for like someone who's just playing the game, you have 109 F4 performance in a twin engine with no drama. That's a good plane. The Wyvern has a lot of potential, although it's probably not intuitive, doesn't allow you to maneuver, doesn't allow you to kind of like fully experience a lot of the game. But I mean, you're a turbine and you just kind of go fast, third-party people fly away. Oh, fuck. Sorry. Come on, come on. Fucking... There we go. Got his ass. Fucker. That guy's angry. That guy's angry as hell. Now we take our shitbird back to the base and resupply it. XP 50, good. Wyvern, good, but fast plane that goes fast. It does fast things. Premium I 153. I don't play biplanes. I assume the 153 either completely stalls itself out because you turn and it's horrible, or you just turn and you hold it in one direction. It's basically kind of like playing RB but with a stick. The Squadron ME-262 I think is appallingly bad and counterintuitive, and it's in a BR where you run into a lot of stuff that just 7.0 is kind of a dead zone. 7.0 turns into a dead zone of you get the one guy with the SU-11 that's farming the lobby, you take even the worst plane, you blow him up 1 or 2 times, and then he quits, or you are just, like if you're in the learning curve, if you're learning how to play the game, you just get farmed, or you're spending all your time chasing bombers, so like 7.0 is just not worth playing in my opinion. I do like all the planes there, I like a lot of planes, and I do play it kind of out of spite, but for most players, like, do you really want to sit in the searching for game screen going, okay, I got one Denmark, and then you have to click through the player cards to be like, okay, these are all going to be bombers, and you see the one guy. It's finding a good game at that BR during non-event times is just oppressively not a fun experience, and then in fact the plane itself is just not very great. Kind of adds into it. Like the plane is at 7, I think it's 7.3, it might be 7.0, is too heavy to maneuver fight, but also it's not fast compared to not even broken things like the SU-11. It's not fast compared to F-80. It's maybe minorly faster than the Meteor, and the Meteor is probably a really good plane for introduction to jets, if that tier was really alive, because you can turn really well, your acceleration's okay at low end, but the fact that you can turn fight down to low speeds means it's a little bit forgiving, and you have high velocity 20 mils as opposed to medium to low velocity 30 mils on a plane that's I like the 262s. Don't get me wrong, I love them. I think they're cool. I also think that from a new player perspective, like you want to get kills in something, they're good at blowing up bombers, and that really is kind of the limit of what they can do on a consistent basis. Which isn't to say that I won't try them and use them against fighters. Obviously, it's possible, but you don't want to use those at the start. You don't want to use them at the start. You're just gonna hate sim. Like play props, play top tier jets, play Vietnam tier kind of F4E area tier jets. Those 3 kind of battle rating ranges at least have something of a population where you'll get some interaction, some good interaction. Some of it will be bad interaction because obviously if you don't know and you join a game, you're gonna get farmed for kills too. But losing is part of the game, and it's something that you shouldn't be afraid of doing, and being frustrated is also part of the game. Going up into a vertical stall and be like, I got this guy, I'm gonna fucking blow his asshole out, and then getting third partied by an MB5. That's literally part of the game. That's literally something that you don't necessarily have to do it like 10 to 15 times, but it's something you should just you should kind of like embrace it, because otherwise if you don't embrace it, the game kind of consolidates itself into all of the good players recognizing each other and not wanting to have a hard time on one side versus the new guys. The new guys come in, they get farmed, and the new guys, when you get farmed and you get aggressively farmed, where it's not even, oh, I had a chance of winning this fight and then I messed it up, or I was winning this fight and I got third party, where like I just never had a fight that I even thought that I had a chance of winning. Then the game can't like actually grow, and it is landing time, and that means it's bathroom time. So I gotta go piss all over my hands. God damn. Killer Vibes has crashed. It's B-51. All right, let's get the headset set up. Put her back in the middle, and get back to ruining the video game mode. So Scarlet says something about using the IL-28 to kill fighter players, and it's really bad for them. The IL-28 versus jet dynamic is There's no good way to make that fun, to be honest. And I'm not gonna blame you. Like, you're ruining my game mode by playing the plane that you want and then shooting people with it. Oh my god, it's ruining the game mode. But at some point, probably around the next aerial event for like a new plane, they add something new, right? I have this idea, and I probably won't do it, but I think it'd be funny. Due to the new SAM sites that they've implemented at kind of 10.7 and above, it means that probably in theory all of the old guides to rocket bombing for score, suiciding in the airfield don't work. I am thinking of doing a tutorial video on how to grind events with the Qing 6, the Qing 6, the Qing Dynasty. Which is a BE6 with turbine engines that goes 550 on the deck and has 23mm cannons where you mouse aim, you click on a fighter, it explodes. And then doing that video, though, of like, hey, the easiest way to grind is to use the Qing 6 and farm kills at 5.3 BR for props. And then just taking that video and subtitling it in Chinese. But if I let that cat out of the bag, props just might be ruined forever. So maybe not do that. But I think it'd be it's kind of a funny idea for a video. You know, the 84,000 view video of how to just ruin the one part of sim that actually has like it's something that resembles competitive balance. Because the Edelweiss soldier, I think he left as soon after I reversed him. Let's see. I think I'm gonna join. I'm gonna join my own. I think I'm gonna join my Discord chat. I'll join with the Pookie Badule. The Pookie Badule. Gonna love the Pookie Badule. The Pookie Badule. The Pookie Badule. Hello. The game is slow. You're gonna win the video game. Oh, Mr. Witch kills the Pookie Badule. Oh, it's supposed to fly at like 1,500 meters, isn't it? I don't think the 1,500 meter altitude restriction still exists. Oh, need backup. Oh, Max Doob! When he saved Max Doob! Max Doob! He's below 3,000 meters. He's below 3,000 meters. I will go to help him by letting him die and then killing the guy.
Need backup.
Actually, I don't even think I don't even see him. I had no idea. I'm going for what looks like. Yeah, I'll just go to the 8 point, I guess. Cap it.
On me.
Natty Panda says, I mean the lesson about that players will optimize the fun out of games. That is largely true. The way to kind of get around that is by having a game that is relatively balanced. Obviously, you can't make everything perfect, but here a good example of this is the dynamic of not P38. I'm stupid. F86, G91 without AIM-9Bs, and MiG-15 BIS and MiG-17. All four of those planes thrown into a matchmaker, trying to optimize the fun out of it. The way that you'd have to do it would be like using F86 only at high speeds and having a bunch of people kind of all consistently on the same page. In a way that in a limited kind of game mode like that, it'd be hard to optimize the fun out of it. The same thing with like props. The reason you have like a lot of variety in props is even though you have meta choices, it's still not as readily possible to just optimize everyone flies the same thing to its maximum potential at all times. So that's why I think props ends up having a little bit more variety as opposed to some tiers of jets, especially like Ariete tier, Sea Vixen tier, Mirage 2000 in a down tier is kind of like silly. And go here. Sorry, I gotta lock in and get ready to shoot the gun. Under leading. I'm here. There's a Corsair. I'm going for a 47 now. I think this will be a -1. How did this Chinese guy like mess up this fight? I thought they had a Corsair at no speed, and this guy now just has a bunch of speed.
Returning to the base.
What kind of plane is he in? Then I might be behind him then. We'll find out here. I didn't miss. He has a one wing.
Awesome. Mercy. Bravo. Returning to the airfield. I agree.
Mr. Winch. Yeah, it's a friendly 190. Mr. Winch.
Follow me.
Where Data Light Soldier? He's not in here anymore. He's gone. He left. I have to change my audio output so don't say slurs. It's the audio output headset so you can hear the brain.
Leading for landing. Descend to the designated grid zone.
Oh, there we go. We're back. We're back. I've been talking the whole time, and I meant to switch this to the headset so you could hear the Pookie Badile, and I switched the audio output. I did transfer Supreme. Literally just messaged me like, "Oh, the stream doesn't have voice." Yeah, no shit. It's back. Gotta wait. No, so what I did, so I have my OBS. I have the audio output, but it's audio input capture and audio output capture next to each other. And I just kind of like fumbled it and changed audio input to the thing. So I've been talking the whole time. I've been complaining, which is normal thing to do. Analog the goat. The analog. I love the analog. What's the F7F tier look like or today? I was saying earlier though, we're looking at kind of like there's 137,000 people online and only like 25 for playing top tier sim. That's really bad. 637 Denmark. No, Denmark is horrible. We should play American planes though this time.
We won. Woo.
We won the game where we get the ticket bleed to win the war.
Boring.
Could play Port Moresby. Could do the real. No, because it's split. Moresby again. Four seven, so 5-0 to 6-0. What's the long wing butcherbird BR look like? Get long wing butcherbird.
Big as hell.
There's a there's a Moresby with, well, maybe.
I guess. Longbird.
Long wing bird. Well, let's go look at long wing bird Moresby. I'll put the K4 in the backup.
Longbird, showing bird, K4 bird.
Long wing bird, let's go. Charlie, this will be a very interesting, exciting game. And I can go boop, 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 boop with the 30mm cannon that goes boop, 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 and then wins. Statistics say, hey, there's players. This will be a good game. It'll be a good game for the long wing bird.
Spawner. We spawn north and go to
Spawn north and then go into the G spot. Yeah, J out and put not 46 minutes of fuel in.
Oh, not LARPing. I need to go to 10,000 years.
I need to go to the altitude by GM1, like, makes the difference. Hello. I made a mistake. I should have. I have the yellow thing here as the decal. I should have the mosquito there instead. Lost the primer.
Oh. The mosquito.
Like the mosquito. Long wing bird.
Showing bird. Long nose.
Rage 11761. Probably P47M. Bluebird.
Potentially.
Where is the training days?
LARPing.
He did message me like, we should test out the long wing 109 versus the short wing the E4 because it made the comment like, I don't think that the guy you're doing is taking advantage of the fact that the E4 is as good or better.
And you didn't do it.
Well, he just never messaged me back. Well, he messaged me and he's like, I'm busy with college or something. And I was like, whatever, man. And I forgot.
Ow.
Rage 11761 blowed up himself in the 4B.
Dickus is chasing us.
I think Stekis watches the thing because I think there's a guy with the Stek thing. I think Stekis is it's the Stekis.
Needs to be killed.
Needs to be killed. True. You play War Thunder, need to be killed. And people will be like, ask me like, what would you do if you're president? Put every War Thunder player into a camp. Like, but you play War Thunder. I'm like, yes, I said what I said. Like I was not. I wasn't excluding myself. use the long-winged bird to do... No mosquito! I want the mosquito! Where's the mosquito? Where's my mosquito? Get a...
Go to the top.
Where is the Tempest? I forget, do you have the Tempest spaded?
Probably.
I remember I did like the Tempest versus 152 thing like a long time ago and then just never published it. Never did commentary. Commentate. Commentate. I think I have the Tempest spaded on this account too, so I can play it. Bored.
Yeah.
Bored.
A bird. If it gets the friendly bird.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
See nothing there.
Move after me.
Nah, overheat bird.
Bah. It's all F44B. Kill all the F44B.
Kill the 4 bussy. Yeah, tomorrow's Sunday. Neat.
Get things.
We're controlling most of the zones.
Yay.
No, that's Stekkus. So at 5, okay, that guy died. Yeah, 4,700, maintaining a little bit above 600 kph on 100% mill power is not bad.
Victory is near.
Do we have any destroy objectives? Attackers H7. That's they're gone. They're we're not getting to that. We're not getting there. And everything is ground targets or protect. Unfortunate.
Destroy a orb. That's the next one. Where you going?
I'm just diving to see if any dots render. Oh, I see tracers. To this direction of the mountains.
Yes, yes. Playing higher. Go for the high plane.
Full power. 800 kph.
Or 3 o'clock to the high plane.
You can deal with it. Stekkus can deal with it. Oh my god. And there's a bunch of other planes in front of me. I don't want to look around. This guy is low. This looks like a 4B though. I think I saw gull wings. I want to be the guy that's like, oh.
There's like 5 goddamn.
Oh god! Oh god! No! No!
Oh, you
I killed
did?
myself.
No,
I killed myself.
That's fortunate.
Nope, I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. I don't need this wing. This wing is a crutch for the weak. And I will save the plane. I don't think I'm saving the plane. I don't think I'm saving it. I'm bailing out.
Oh my god, hit. Fucking garbage.
Well, the good news, it's close enough to the center airfield. I think I just could like jump off the runway and
see this
play the
guy. In the wrong direction. Fucking Chinese guys. Trying to save them, but failing miserably.
miserably.
Shit, there's a lot.
Oh. I got like 2 beers open on the thing. I need to figure out which one is the drinkable one.
Oh, it's about 109. Dead.
Squidgy, no. I was supposed to kill you.
There's the other guy.
Chat, say
crap.
something. I need someone needs to ask a question. I want to yap, but I need a question to yap against. I'll be like, I'm going to talk about the video game. And talk about the grip cores.
How did I miss this?
Because you're bad. Duh.
True.
Just shoot better.
Oh. Ah, yep. They're against my fire spawns here. And
Use the landing flaps. Pull into him. Watch him go up.
use
Them
on my
flaps.
fucking booty.
All right. I'm on my way, but it'll be 6 to 7 business days before I get there. So just stall him out and get him to kill himself.
I'm gonna wait.
No, Scarface and dudes as I think I see him now. I just saw red tracers, so
Maybe stick us on him.
I think if that's Stekis, he's going high and he's not. He's playing cautiously. He's doing the Stekis.
He's afraid.
He's like, I have energy retention. I go up. Oh, was another guy fucking fighting him too. So I think, boop 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 boop. Right now, Stekis hits him and he's dead. I think Stekis killed him.
Yeah, he didn't believe in stickers.
Yep. See, told you. Stekis. Well, the other guy maneuvered with him and that made him slow. So Ender, Chinese man, actually the GOAT. Love the Stekis. Oh wow, we gotta protect a naval convoy. We're not gonna do that. That's stupid. Oh, this guy. Oh, F-82. F-82. Easy kill. Well, he's turning in an F-82. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yes, long wing.
Oh, I say that as I fucking spin myself out. No. What? How did Stekis die? Wyvern.
Going to any spot.
Oh, we do got a G spot? Oh my god, it's like forever away. Long-winged bird. Love the long-winged bird.
Dang. He crashed into him.
Kill's a kill.
J7, yeah. J7 to be.
What? Ah! No! I neg-G'd and a B-17 shot my engine out right away
Wow.
after I hit him with a 30 mil.
Accurate. Look like it'd be something good.
Yeah,
Still to go.
I think I got most of the credit for it. And whatever, 785 points. No! Why am I getting? Oh no, I'm
No way.
I'm so sad.
Move after me. Guide on me.
All crashing into each other.
The Stickers is winning the game. Winning to work. Winning to work. Winning to work. Gotta put the headset back on.
Silver. 190.
Gonna blow up the dudes. No mixture control. I'll go 100% on that. Rudder. He has really good brakes.
Yay. Bululut.
Guide on me. Move after me.
Not your mailman is like, be like, hey, switch from RB to SB. And now he's bad at the game now because that's how that works. I mean, I guess you got to relearn the game. That's kind of the fun part of Sim is learning how to take the RB stuff and apply it into SB. It's not as bad as it used to be. Like when I first started Sim, it had people replying to me, being like, "You don't have a good enough KD. You don't know how Sim works. You're an RB tourist and you don't understand." And it's like, nah, man. The flight models are largely the same. The application, the nuance of the application is maybe a little bit different, but kind of like all the principles are the same. And like so, if you like understand how RB works, you basically understand how the flight models work and some of the things you can turn against and not turn against. SB has a little bit better field for experimentation, just because the Some planes turn better in sim than they do in RB, but also it's a little bit more forgiving as far as the gun aspect, where something like F4U4B, it aspects where it just holds the mouse on you and you just die. It doesn't happen in SB because it has to try to aim. So in some ways, SB is a little bit more forgiving. In some ways, it's a little bit less forgiving too. But it's you do get if you enjoy the part of the learning curve, if you enjoy learning, it's actually not that bad. If you enjoy just getting big KDs and whatnot, or looking at your stat card, I don't know, man. Just Photoshop this shit and just say that it's real. Like it would save everyone some time. It's like 2 planes there. Rage gets a kill. Key 83. That guy is spinning out of the sky. That has to be one of ours. It's a Corsair. I don't understand. Nobody shot at you. You're just there. You're spinning. You're spinning. It's like, wow, you exploded in a flat spin. Bruh, no wonder. I don't understand. I don't understand. One of the easiest places to fly, just spinning.
Where's Blue Loot?
Oh, there's a fight behind me. I'm here. There's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Stickers, save stickers.
Save the stickers.
Like
Saving Private Stickers.
Someone's about to die.
Someone's shooting the stickers. Someone's shooting the stickers.
Oh, save stickers.
Save Private Stickers. Save them from the Jew fire.
Yeah, Rage is dead.
I have hit the Mossad clipped fire. I'm still going in to save the stickers.
No, destroyed the stickers.
No. We have the Adawag! The Adawag!
Oh, you're on our team now.
Yeah, the Adawag. We got the Adawag.
I see the Spectre. Or that. I just missed every fucking thing.
No, I'm saving the stickers. I'm gonna save the stickers.
Killing. Stickers is dead.
They killed the Adawag. You killed the Adawag. You killed the Adawag then.
Yeah. Oh my god, can I not miss every shot? God damn it. I'm so sad. Why is these. No, why do I. Why isn't he dead yet? There's like 5 people on him. God.
I'm gonna get killed by the PlayStation guy. If they go for the to seal the deal on the Spitfire.
Hit. Whoa, I love my gun. I'm on fire 1 damage. I died.
He's shooting at me! He's shooting at me! Stop shooting at me! On fire! Go bail on your plane! Historical accuracy! You'd be on fire! Stop shooting at me! You missed.
There's a beast and deep inside you. It would not die. It would fight back. Is there someone else here? No,
Probably.
it's friendly.
Where's the rage? Where's the rage? Did the rage die?
Rage died. Yeah, Rage died. Yeah. Long bird.
The long-winged bird. I love the long-winged bird. Where's the balut? We're supposed to kill the balut.
Died.
Oh, he died? Okay,
Died.
good. G-spot, 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 G-spot. Go to my G-spot. The G-spot.
Nope. Was that Trace?
Not your mailman says, it took me a bit of time to stop falling on my face, but I took your suggestion on F4 and a couple of 109s and has been having a great time. It actually does, it actually, real talk, I do like it when my advice is not necessarily like followed, but followed and proves to actually work. That does make me happy. I try not to give people a kind of bad perspective on sim. Like I'm very critical of the game mode, but I'm very hopeful for it. But the tutorial aspect, I want people to have fun, but I also want them to have fun in maybe a way that isn't just like, hey, take the plane that's easy for the day, where you want to have like a learning curve, but not like a punishing learning curve. Where it's like, oh, I sneeze, my plane exploded, is bad. But also, I lag turned into one direction in Key 61 with landing flaps or takeoff flaps is also maybe. I mean, it's fun. It's fun. Getting kills is fun, but the actual flight aspect of it is boring. So I'm glad that someone like follows it and realizes I'm not like. As a person on YouTube, I'm inherently a bullshitter, but not completely a bullshitter. This guy's gonna shoot at me. Nope. Wallet Warrior's gone. Rage is the only guy on the enemy team that has any chance, and I don't think he has a chance unless he's boom and zooming, to be honest. I think the 152H just kind of, well, I mean, Scarface Aduas is actually in the Griffin Spit's a good fight, I guess.
Let go.
But I think, okay, he sticks around. Based and sticking around pilled.
I see plane. At the 9 o'clock, it looks like a yak. Free. You. No. Anyway.
Adawag! Adawag! Love the Adawag. Where's the Adawolf?
Adawolf in Turkey.
Should it be time to play the game at Turkey?
Let's see, another plane.
You'd be like the P-51, one to bar. While at Warriors gone is Balut. My aerodynamic efficiency will win the war.
Wait, AWAG. I think this is a friendly bit.
Where's the dude? Is the Daily.
Daily.
No slurs. You're on the stream. No slurs.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, bro, I had so many ready. Oh.
No slurs and no talking about how much you love the femboys. One is not related to the other.
Who's that behind us?
Is that the Daily? Is Daily in the game? No, there's no Daily in the game.
I'm Adawag.
Oh, is that a wag? Is that a wag?
It's me.
AWAG.
Bro's got the generic name. The most generic name.
Yeah.
Bot looking ass name.
True. It does look like when there's like an AI bot, you know.
It literally is. It literally has to be. Literally clicked on it earlier to see that it was a player or not. I'm like, there's no way this is real. I don't know what an Adawag is, but it seems fake.
I kind of just like wanted a name, so I like just mashed my hand on my keyboard and added vowels.
I got.
What's this?
Adawag.
Okay.
And I got the Pule Padule.
I was like in the airfield, bro. I just need a KH-29 in my.
Well, I thought there was like 3 new guys that I'd see someone coming out of the airfield. Obviously, I want to blow up the Rage and the Scarface dude, but
Where are they?
Oh, he's playing the. Have you guys played the Pancake?
no, because I didn't grind to get it because I couldn't be bothered.
Damn.
Fail.
Like I legitimately think it's one of the most interesting planes of the game. Also, was just not gonna play to grind the stars.
Like a great FOMO vehicle.
Like, I mean, it'd make a great like dueling vehicle of just like stalling on your own propeller and just shooting people. But also, I think the plane's legitimately just not great.
Oh yeah, no. You have to like
They're gonna buff it.
like ration your turning. You just like actually fall to the air.
Well, you ration your turning, but you also have like F8F syndrome, but times like 10, where you just kind of like
Oh yeah.
point up and radius people, and you can be really. I think it has a lot of potential to be really annoying, but also you just shoot it like 3 times, you hit a cable, and the whole thing is just a brick. So like.
Yeah.
Like, for an event plane, I actually, like, really like it, because it's just kind of, like, neat and interesting, but also doesn't break the game. It's not like BI, where it's like, oh, you didn't have this, you are no longer competitive in squadron battles for 3 years running. Good luck. Spend $400, you frickin' loser.
Yeah, 5-3 is there's definitely better things you could play at 5-3.
There's better things you could play at, like, 4-3.
Yeah.
Like, but at the same time, annoying low speed prop point forever, never stall has the potential to be one of those things that just is annoying. And I think it's one of those planes that they probably should not have added or done more research on it, because I think the not ever stalling and just going vertical at 60 kph is kind of stupid. But that cat's out of the bag. Now give me my T8-152H with 3,000 horsepower, please.
Yes, please. Give me like that 190 variant with like an extra like 500 horsepower or whatever it was.
I want the A9, even though the A9 I think would just be the D9 but with an an A model skin. I still want it.
I want. It's
Oh, hey,
real.
pick 51 Mustang.
Huh?
On me.
shit.
Just win.
It's okay. It's the Stakers. It's the Stakers. The Stakers getting saved you.
Nah, bro, we need the 190 with that like insane 20 mil that they based all the like post-war guns off of.
I think it's a 30 mil.
It's not real.
No, it's,
Also,
No, it's a 20 mil.
20 mil.
The one
The
they
like
made the
1,000, 20 mil.
cold.
They put it on a 190 or some shit.
I don't really care about the guns. I just want like a 190 with like good climb and acceleration performance. I don't even care about turn performance. Just give me like good climb and acceleration performance. Or like at the same time
Oh fuck. They're killing me.
Oh, this is a bomber, bro.
Ouch. Stop it.
What? Dude, this guy's just gunship. Oh my god.
the future is now.
I
The
love mouse
future-
gunners.
The future is now, old man.
Dude, I've noticed like the past few events, like the amount of people that just like fly the 288 like a fighter is just like more and more.
I just got
Like
fucking
bombs.
hit in the wing. Bolito.
Bubulut.
Two fucking Spitfires. I was gonna blow up the one. Oh, we got the LF9. Okay. I was on, I think, Echo 3, Delta 3 area, just like kind of like on the coast, on the bay.
Yeah, man, fucking whip though. I got like no engine now. It might be.
Could have won. Could have won. I should have won. Should have locked in, played better.
No, you saw me. I have a fucking red engine. From the stupid robots.
3,000 horsepower TA152H would be so cracked.
Is that a thing?
Not really. Theoretically possible.
It would be cool though.
Same place.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
High in the G point.
Capturing it. Now you're gonna win.
No.
Win the war. Blow him up. Kill him. Kill the rage. Or the balut. Balut. Actually, if I was smart, I would actually start fighting the Spitfire guys,
Where?
and not just landing flaps and assuming I win.
Probably on 7.
7 on the
Gonna
deck.
save 7. Fighting the Spitfires. He's going to die.
Was he at low altitude? Yep,
Yeah,
100.
he is on the deck. Oh, I see him.
I don't see him, but
they
I
have P-38.
Holy shit, there's a lot of planes.
Yeah, P-38, like right here.
behind 7. Oh, I see the guy now.
Oh, the guy's like fucking 3 people. You're getting shut down anyway.
I have nobody behind me.
I blew up the guy. He's dead.
Hey.
Hooray!
Oh, I got a P-38.
It should be the second P-50, second Spitfire.
I'm behind you, Squish. Wait, where's the P-38?
I merged with him. Just make sure I don't get third partied. I'm literally just in the process of killing him.
He's running away.
I am.
There's 4 of us behind this guy, bro.
Michael. Yay.
More guy
Where's Bululut?
at bajillion meters, probably. I don't know.
Guide on me.
719.
Attention to the designated grid
Is
square.
that in front of you, Alex?
Where's
The teammate?
I guess. It's fish.
Guide on
Come here.
Guide on me.
Who's that other guy to the right?
I love the long wing butcher bird. So cool. Cover bombers destroy enemy attackers. C2. I think these are cover bombers.
Oh, he's shooting the bombers! Someone's shooting the bombers!
Oh my god.
He's missing everything. It's a P-51.
Oh, he's so fucking dead.
Mm.
His ass.
He's diving away. He's diving away. He's diving away.
Go. I'm gonna stay up high because it's like fucking. Oh shit, there's more. More on the bombers. 2 more, I think.
Going away. He's
Oh, there's a
doing.
pancake.
There's a pancake and there's another thing and there's
I could zoom in,
whipping.
bro. You could just tell it's a pancake without even zooming in.
Yeah, it's like a
Oh.
4 pixels wide.
You see Wyvern.
4B.
Smoky Bird. Oh shit. Another guy. I don't see that guy. I think I'm gonna get shut down.
Go over the bombers.
Yeah, he just blew up all the bombers. Yeah, kill that guy. Pancake is dead. Where's Rage now? I think I see him behind someone. Or someone behind him, I don't know. Oh yeah, someone behind him. He's stalling himself out
Oh
in
no,
front of
I'm
Yak
getting-
3.
Oh.
The P-51 or is the 190? I think I'm behind the 152.
He's exploded. I saved the 8 wag. From the
Yeah, I
evil.
was got put in a montage.
See another plane coming in. Yeah, 4B here. Coming in hot. You turn in front of me.
This thing rate better with the flaps out still.
What plane is
Yeah,
it?
probably, but it just sucks.
The
Yeah,
152.
it does, but it like it's not good. It's horrible.
What do you mean?
The 152C is
Oh, no, the H.
flaps good.
Okay.
Combat's good. Takeoff's good for rate. Landing's good for temporary rate for long enough to it kind of wins anyways. But once you get slow, it sucks.
There's a Spitfire on me.
500 meters needs backup. Okay.
There's a 4B in Griffin's, but
Can you die, you fucking...
Mark again. Oh, I think I see
I
you
don't
guys.
know, I'm killing someone. Ah, come on, I got killed. I'm not dead, I'm not dead. I'm still flying, but that's just fucking guy. On me.
oh, I missed.
Fuck ass. Okay, well, you're not on me anymore, so I should just be fine.
Fuck.
Oh, you hit him.
I rammed him.
Good.
Scarface
Is
destroyed.
he still just flying?
No, he's dead. You killed him. I was about to obliterate him with the 30 mil, but kill's a kill. The Adawag. Oh, this might be an enemy. Oh, it's a Tempest. And he's turn fighting. This is historically accurate. It's just like the stories.
Yes.
Tempest on the deck. Historically accurate.
Well, no, it's a historical anecdote of Tempest. Although I think it's Tempest 2 versus 152. It's one of those things in the World War II history forum nerd stuff that they're kind of, well, that guy won it. He's fucking nosing into the ground. Is that so? So there's an anecdote of, I think, Tempest Mark V or Tempest 2 against 152H at low altitude, and the Germans say the 152H won. The Brits say the Tempest won, and it's one of those planes where the wing loading of the Tempest favors it, but it's not a gigantic margin where the aerodynamic efficiency, Oswald's efficiency of the 152H, at least the way that's modeled in Warthoner, actually favors the 152H. But it's one of those things. It's like it's kind of interesting because the 152H is like the ultimate German fighter of World War II. Kind of bar none, I think, at least in like historical nerd circles. It's super fast, but it's super fast at very high altitudes where there's no air. Like, that's why it's fast.
Are flaps this goated in the real life? Do they use?
Oh, I have no idea. They actually did use flaps in real life for some planes. So 20 degrees of flaps in the P-51 was normal and not out of the ordinary. Flaps in the P-47 appears to be not the case, as in the P-47 had a flaps limitation based on speed, and I haven't seen anything talking about using flaps as aggressively. 109 flaps are also not super the same in the game as they would be real life, because in real life you have to spin a wheel to do it. And they're slow as shit to deploy. And in game, they're slow to deploy, but the spinning the wheel part doesn't require an extra, like, your hand to do. using trim in real life is sort of realistic for 190s because they had an electronic trim, and apparently there's anecdotes of them over trimming and killing their plane into the ground. So the answer to that question is like it is very kind of yes, no, yes. In some cases, no. Some cases, yes. To a point where it comes, they'd have to make that analysis on like the individual plane. The 4B, we kind of I don't know. He's exploded.
Hey.
Um,
40 times.
The 190, I don't think that I know. My intuition on the 190 seems to be probably not. Although they are a split flap, so maybe. Although the Russians say the 190 did horizontal fights and not vertical. American accounts are that the 190 was hard to shoot down, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything as far as its offensive potential. The German case is the guys that were good did think the 109 was technically better and they were more comfortable in it. The German aces kind of flew for by and large the 109s, at least as far as fighters are concerned. But they also, like Adolf Galland said, that the 190 was a better plane, especially from the perspective of like getting new people up to a certain standard. So it's trying to discombobulate that and give an honest to God like answer across the board in a way that's accurate is difficult. It's the same thing of like, yeah, you know how people make the video about how Japanese planes compress at high speed so they can't roll. That is the case for the Zero, but the Zero's roll rate is 30 degrees per second for a 50-pound stick force, which is bad. In War Thunder, it has a 40 degree per second roll rate in the similar condition, but that also assumes that 50 pounds was the absolute limit of like what a pilot could do with two fucking hands, which is probably I don't know. I mean, I've lifted weights. I've done lateral pulls. 40 to 50 pounds is not a lot if it's on a stick. With two hands, I think I could probably beat fucking 50 pounds. So the roll rate of the Zero in the game is maybe more accurate than people that say that it's horrible detract from. At the same time, doing immediately 50 pounds of left force and then 50 pounds of right force and doing it that quickly is maybe not realistic, but I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I said earlier about the Japanese kill rates in real life. The cross-reference ones are a lot closer to 1-to-1 than the like 12 or 8 to 1 that you see commonly quoted. So kind of there's a whole body of research discombobulating that, and it's not.
Oh, wait, what?
It's not necessarily like there's not a lot of people doing that because the Japanese doing better in kill to loss ratio really doesn't change an overall historical narrative as far as World War II is concerned. For like real historians, so it's rough. It's rough, which is why I am lobbying Twitter to make me seem like a realistic person to actually talk about World War II stuff, because I can't do it myself, but I could probably ask like, actually legitimately good questions to, get the people that sort of know things to say things, but also when you know things, part of knowing things is admitting when you don't know the things, and that's one of the issues with the history thing is like, a lot of guys that actually are good will also tell you they don't know, and that also doesn't make a compelling narrative. Like going like, do we know? Not really. I go pee-pee and drink a beer.
like, how do you die? You're not supposed to die.
You shot me down in the first pass with the 4B.
Just don't.
Yeah. I love MG151 damage.
It's so good.
Fallen from Grace.
The Mingeschoss.
I don't know. I wonder if they'll ever unfuck gun damage, man. Like, it's like one bug report T-Pom made or whatever. They had like 700 likes or something on their issues page, and they just like, rolled that on the bug report manager. You just nutted it.
Ma.
They said it was a duplicate or some bullshit like that.
It's fake.
It's no problem. Oh, let's teammate.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Who's that betting?
He's stepping.
They're stat betting. They're gonna win because they get fucking 100 billion bombers.
You withered on the
So,
bomber.
We got
two
we
P-38s LARPing, and fucking two of them just merged with me. Oh, is it the bot? Oh no, it's bots. It's bots. Not the bot. Kidding me. Stupid robot. Killing the bobber.
Oh.
Yay. Died. What are these planes?
See, like, dudes over here.
Yeah, there's some real players here. It's fucking Rage or something.
Whoa. You people play this game mode?
Real players. In
Yep. The 4B.
stat betting bot game mode.
Anyone that is in a plane that's better than mine is a stat batter. Anyone in a plane that's worse than mine is a shitter.
Die, get your fucking guns away from me, you prick. Someone shoot this guy.
Holy shit, bro! There's like seven. There's like
There's a bunch of people.
Suddenly, there's like seven.
No,
my
there's
God, it's so
one.
bad.
There's like 10 people there.
Oh shit!
I'm scared.
I'm scared if there's a Spitfire. Oh shit! There's a Viewfire.
I missed.
It's bullet.
Hit. Behind you, Alex.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a Spitfire. Not a Spitfire.
No. Fucking ripped my one fucking wing off in one shot. So fun.
That's a
don't
crazy
make
screenshot.
fucking MG151s.
They don't make them like they used to, bro.
What the fuck? It's only one time.
Bullet destroyed.
It's only like, what, like double the filler or Shavak or whatever. Like doesn't do any damage.
My rage is killing everyone. I'm about to kill him. I was about to kill him. He's killing everyone.
I can't tell which arrangement of 5 pixels is rid.
I think I found him.
Killing him. I was fucking behind him.
Oh, god damn it. No. I crashed into
Kill
him.
as well. He just got
He's
like
dead.
fucking 6 kills out of it. Like,
Double strike.
Yeah.
Double strike. Double strike. Switch Fist wins. Switch Fist the best. I thought I negged past him. Whatever. It'll buff.
what? Jewish.
B-51 Mustang! No! Oh, there's a guy in a fucking P-61.
Okay, don't gonna you and you're gonna die.
It's a good thing people don't like seem to play the King 6. Dude.
We should change that.
People start
King 6, King 6
God,
Super Squad.
bro.
King 6 Super Squad.
The Queen.
The Queen Dynasty.
Shit's like 5-0. At least the 288 has like MG151s and it like does fucking no damage.
Yeah, until it blows your wing off. It does no damage or all the damage. It's like no in between.
Well, yeah, there's like a fucking like 30-second timer before the game decides the MG151 does damage. And then like, but that thing just like, oh fuck. Can you just like not get out of a spin in this thing?
Yeah, just throttle down.
Oh, throttle down. Okay.
Ottawa has been destroyed. He's been hit. He's destroyed.
I didn't get hit. I just protected.
You just spun, died. Shouldn't be spinning if you got your flaps out and takeoff flappers.
Yeah, well, I'm bad, so I didn't have my takeout flaps out.
Just win
Why?
the game. Oh.
Because I'm
Have them out all the time. You need to have them out all the time. Enemy attacker, D5. They're the B-26, so you're gonna fucking target them. I'm gonna die.
Why couldn't they have put an MK103 in this instead of a 108, man?
Because it's heavy.
Is this cable behind the canopy for you guys like bugged also? It looks like really cursed.
Cable. Guys,
Yeah,
yeah,
they're
got
like-
obliterated by the fucking moment.
The
Yeah.
cable going to the tail. It looks like a fucking like steel girder.
Oh no, this is normal. That's just normal. Like the antenna. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
64
It's like
pixels
a-
wide.
Kinda,
The radio.
Interesting.
King Tigers, so damn annoying to kill. They got fucking trailing turrets. Shoot you. Hey, don't die as well, god damn it. Yeah. No, wow, stop it,
Perish.
stop it.
C3 bombers.
You're gonna crash into a mountain. Oh no. Oh my god. They don't want to die. Anyway, kill them.
Yes, sir. Fucking. There we go.
Still one more left somewhere. Seven.
We'll see.
Where are they at? No. Hey. I get a bomber now. We got the step betters.
Step batters go.
I gotta win. Gotta win by sim game.
The win rate, the win rate, the long wing budget bar, win rate.
Winning the war rate. Huh. Gift would be so proud of me. I got fucking 16 fucking bots.
Bruh. You're winning.
I'm
You're winning the
scared.
tickets. You're winning the tickets, actually. Actually, you
I
probably
am
did
scared.
win the tickets.
I am Skip. Skip is me.
Is that you behind me, Squish? Wait, who is that?
Yeah, probably. There's like me and another
You have my
guy.
smoke on.
Yeah, I'm behind you, low.
Okay. There's a guy behind you.
I'm above you. I'm okay.
Okay.
Oh no! We're gonna lose. Maybe. Bombers aim at sight.
Cali 6 bandits, bro.
Alley 6, MB17.
There's a dude on like to the right.
There's yellow burrs. Yellow burrs. When the wire.
There's a guy LARPing in Stratosphere also.
Bombers split into two groups.
Is it? You guys know that air alert works? Like I swear sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't in this mode.
Like, I think it depends on the proximity of who called it. I think Wingling made a post about how it actually works. But it's, I don't know. I've never reacted to it because I don't know how it works, so.
Yeah.
It's raised
I mean, it
over
seems
here,
kind of
it's
insane if you can figure out how, because it's just like IFF, like anything.
I mean, it could be, but you could also just, like, look around and play better.
Check
Critical.
6 mages here. Be careful.
I killed him.
Oh, nice.
We're chilling.
Amazing. Kill the bombers. They just angry. You didn't get to kill me.
I think we win.
Not yet.
Rage got 15 kills though. That's good for him. Good for him.
Yeah, he was kind of. Oh, there's a guy behind me.
I think we just
We
won.
We won. We won.
Won the war.
The war. Won the war.
Whippy!
Long-nosed bird is too good.
Longwing Bird wins the war. 2-1. 8 kills in like an hour though, so it is really bad. But whatever. I got the winged ally reward, and I'm gonna get the regatta. Speaking of regatta, I should make some fucking spaghetti tomorrow. Put
You
link.
buy the battle pass?
No, I didn't buy the battle pass.
How do you get the reeve if you don't buy the battle pass?
Oh, do you not get the re if you just get to the level?
No, it's
not
you have to
free.
pay for it. You have to pay for your
You gotta
worse
pay it.
worse than Tech Tree playing at SameBR.
You gotta
Oh, that's. I want it, but I don't think I'm gonna pay for it, so I'm just not gonna get it, I guess.
Oh wait, it's 5-3 now. What?
Well, it's always been 5-3. I think the 2005 in Sim has always been 5-3.
Oh.
So you
Wait.
probably got SimBRs.
Oh yeah, no, that's SameBR's, right?
So it's just like literally worse than the Tech Tree version. It would be really. It would be really. It would be great if it had the MW50 injection, but also the chances of that plane having MW50 in real life in documentation are basically like none. To be honest, like literally none. Like not like all these dudes are like the Italian dudes are like, oh, we're gonna like go to the archives and get the documents.
Yeah.
Not gonna happen. The earliest documentation for a BF-109 with the DB-605 with the MW-50 that I could find and that other people could find, and people that actually know fucking that have been doing this for like 10 years, is 3 to 5 months after the RE 2005 495 test flight with the modified engine. Which means that in order to do that, in order for the RE 2005 to have MW50, basically either the Germans prioritized adding their best possible engine to Italian fighters over their own, or the earliest available documentation for putting in an engine like that in a BF-109 is off by 5 months, and references to it just don't exist either because reasons that all of the documentation like escaped, or the most. Anyways, my point is the most likely outcome is the idea that the RE 2005 prototype 495 had MW50s. Probably not the case. The improvements, the modified DB605 that was added to the plane was probably modified in the way that the Germans had to modify their own DB605s to make them not a fucking gigantic dumpster fire. Because the DB605 from 1942 into 1943 was fucking abysmal garbage, to put it in layman's terms. Earhard, not Earhard, but whatever fucking Milkwa, German guy running the RLM, was bitching and complaining at the very end of 1942 about the DB605 not meeting its rated horsepower. And you also see that in the game, like the DB605 is in the BF-109G, I think, 2, the early BF-109G, the first G model that we have. And the reason it doesn't run the same horsepower as the G6 is because like the fucking engine's derated, like it fucking sucks. And there's a 12 to 1300 horsepower version that's derated in 1942, a 1500, 1475 horsepower version in early to mid 1943, and then you have the MW50 version, and the 109G6 with MW50 is not a thing until I want to say middle of 1944, basically either just before or just after D-Day. Which doesn't mean that they didn't test the prototype stuff before then, but the likelihood of the fucking Germans prioritizing some random Italian fighter in the middle of 1943 over their own is basically none to less than none. So the fucking the RA 2005 that we're getting that's worse than the Tech Tree version is probably here to stay. I would say 75% chance that the Italian guys who are trying to get into the Italian archives, the German archives and whatnot, are going to find out that the modified engine didn't actually have an MW50. The modified engine just had the production upgrades to make the engine not abysmal garbage and meet the around 1500 horsepower it was supposed to meet, which means that at best the RE 2005, VDV, MDV, VV, Triple V, V10 Dodge Viper is gonna just be the Tech Tree plane. That's my bet. That's my bet. I've actually ran this past Colum Douglas, by the way, the fucking dude who made the engine book on engines. Great Horsepower Race or Secret Horsepower Race, whatever the fuck it. Military Aviation History cites it. So that's Chris Briggs. Greg actually cites that book too. A couple other people cite the book. And I've read the book. The book's okay. From the questions that I have going into the book, the way that it is organized actually kind of gets in the way. From my perspective, I want a book that focuses on the specific engines and the development over time, as opposed to what engines are developed at the time, because the book is kind of organized into like 1941, 42, 43, 44, 45. So you have to kind of pick up where you left off. You're trying to follow the genesis of the DB603 is a good example of like that engine exists in, I think, late 1941. And it gets so many upgrades and changes, but because the way this book is organized, it's not linear. So you can't go like DB605 changes this, it makes this horsepower in 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, where you have to look at 1945 and then go, okay, the DB603. So his book's good, but it's written in a way that makes sense for people that are not autistic, I guess. But also the dude follows me on Twitter, so I'm winning. I'm winning somehow, I guess. Well, where's the dudes?
No dudes.
Where the dudes?
It's like 6 hours. What do you want to play anymore?
Bro, this dude is not playing the game. Where's Mythic Pie? Not playing the game. Where's Morvrin? Also not playing the game.
Where Mythic got the not playing the game.
And he's playing 9.7 right now, probably. If it's top tier.
No, he's on my friends list. He's offline. Sleeping. You're working it. Magic's after. British. Regard.
True.
No. Matrix Rupture.
Matrix Rupture is Morvrin, but plays the game sometimes. Let me see. Let me see if chat has caught up to me. If chat has not caught up to me, I'm going to play for 15 more minutes, and I'm just going to go to bed, because bed good.
What time is it for you?
Almost midnight.
Oh, okay.
What time is it for you, Wag? Isn't it late?
It's like 1.
In the morning?
Wait, how are you in a? How is it almost midnight for you? I'm like on the East
Uh,
Coast.
yeah, I'm
Western or
yeah,
west
I'm
or
further
north.
west than you. That's how time zone works.
Yeah, but I'm like, I live in fucking like. Do you not live in the U.S.?
Right,
Uh-huh.
I do live in the
Or
U.S. I am further
What?
west
is there
than
a
you.
time zone that's like? Is there a time zone further west than fucking Pacific time?
Yes,
Uh-huh.
yes,
Where?
there is.
Is that
Look at a
United
map.
States?
Google search it.
Yeah.
Like you'll be surprised that there is stuff further to the west than the contiguous United States.
Yes, I know that.
Well, do you?
You seem surprised.
What is there? 5060 Skissily. Dead game. Dead game. Where's Glowworn? Where's Glowworn? Where's Ace?
He's offline.
Blomp.
But he's Slop tier. I have so much fun in Slop tier.
Well, I saw Mr. What's his nuts online. Apollo, but he's offline.
He's gone now. He just gets in the hangar and then leaves.
Well, I think he's only been playing like 13-0 down type things, like
He's playing China of the J7.
the 21, the J7E, the
Nope, J8-7A prototype.
whatever. I can't be bothered to care, to be honest. I want to be bothered to care. I want to be bothered to care. I just don't.
Could save Sanai like 13 people. Against
I think I'm gonna
7.
save going to bed. I think that's gonna be my thing. I'm gonna go read the One Punch Man, new chapter, and then be like, wow, the anime
Disgrace.
is bad and sad, and then I'll go to bed. That's gonna be the thing. That's the stream. I'm gonna go like, hey, bad stream. I'm gonna stop the stream because bored.
No more stream.
No more stream.